Well, good evening. Um, I don't know if people are here, but if you are, hello, and thank you for tuning in. Hiya, Green Eyes. How are you, lovely? I hope you're feeling a bit better today after your physio. This is, I don't know if you know anything about what I'm going to talk about tonight. Not a lot of people do, but it's one of those stories that I think needs to be covered. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. Brilliant. Um, this story is, yeah, it's a true story. Hi, Danny. Oh, UFO. Yes, I'm definitely going to do the UFOs, Danny. It's just something I've got more and more interested in when I've listened to these guys talking about it. Um, So thank you. I'm glad that you like that, but we did go off a bit randomly, didn't we? This isn't a paranormal or a mystery or history as such, but it's a true story. It was set in Afghanistan and it happened in 2006. And one of my friends, and he's a friend of my brother's as well. He was actually there when, I don't know if anybody's read the description I've put down, but he was actually there when this unfolded. I'm not going to dox him. When he came home from Afghanistan and he was telling me about this story, and I saw this big strapping para in floods of tears. Oh, I don't know what's happened to my picture. It's just vanished. That's a bit bizarre. I don't know, Green Eyes. Do you know what? I'm thinking possibly because people don't know what this is about. Um, I, and I'll be honest, it wasn't. I kind of toyed with the idea of doing it. However, um, yeah, no. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna come back. I'll try it again and see if my, because I can still see my photo on my phone, but it's just gone off my telly, which is bizarre. Just give me a second and I'll come back. Right, let's see if I reappear again now. Um, yeah, this particular oh, there I am. I'm back. This particular story, as I said, not many people have heard about it. And when my friend who was there, open to listening to all different stories, keep it interesting and learn something new. This is, it's actually really sad, but it means a lot to me because, as I said, I saw a friend of mine just in pieces relaying what happened that day. And the more I looked into it, and it really affected me, and especially being from a military family. And it's just an example of balls of British steel, the things that our forces have gone through and that they will go through and they'll go through for each other. And I think it's great. Oh, hi, Frida. Kiss and chat. Hi, everyone. I'm at my daughter's. We'll call in when I get home later if you're still alive. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. So I'll give it a little bit. And like I said, I didn't expect there to be many people. We do too. Do not chew. It's okay. I kind of gathered what you meant, Green Eyes. So this one of the sad things with this story is that they did make a film about it, and unfortunately, it went for release onto DVD at exactly the same time that American Sniper did. And I'm not detracting from American Sniper at all, because I loved that film. But I don't think that the film about this got the attention and the credit that it actually deserved. Now, over here, it was released as Kajaki. In America, it was released under the name of Kilo 2 Bravo. One of the things that, if ever you get to watch it, and I would thoroughly recommend it, is it's just the squaddy humour. It is so funny, especially if you've grown up around British soldiers. And as my dad was never tired of telling me, the more tragic, the more dangerous, the more soul destroying the circumstances that you were in as a British soldier, the funnier the humour became. It was just, let's laugh at absolutely everything. And it's no different with this story. And obviously, as I start to tell it, you'll realise what was happening. So I'm going to go to the beginning. So in 2006, this is where it's set. Now, there was a campaign, as we know, the campaign for Helmand province in Afghanistan, that had been going really badly right from the start, because in January of 2006, I'm going to call him an idiot. The idiot that was the Defence Secretary, John Reid, he announced, totally inappropriate as well, that the British military involvement in Afghanistan was moving from the capital of Kabul into the Badlands of Helmand province. And they were going with the princely number of 3,300 soldiers. Now, many of these were not frontline combatants, they were support troops, but they were going to be committed to this area. Now, the defence chief seemed to believe that this small force would provide enough security for civilians, developing better governance of the area. By September 2006, which is when what I'm about to tell you about took place, most of the troops there really did believe that they were, and rightly so, that they were undermanned, and that they were horrendously short of vital supplies, even things such as support helicopters. And this incident I'm going to tell you about now, that actually shows how, how right they were. Now, one of the main, I'll call him characters, heroes of this story, is Lance Corporal Stu Hale. Now, he was a sniper, and something he'd actually said about this situation was that at Kajaki, and these are his words, we just didn't have the manpower to go out, dominate and hold ground. Our orders were to stay firm and use our superior range weapons and optics to look for the enemy. Resupply was a massive issue. We kept requesting ammunition, and we did have the occasional food drops, but it got to the point that we were warned that the Taliban would have to be rolling up our positions before they'd get any more ammunition to us. So that kind of gives you a bit of an idea as to how bad things were. Now, not only that, there wasn't a great deal by way of combat going on up there. There were two, let's call them viewpoints. It was an outpost, but there were two high points, and they had the names of Normandy and Athens. And it was predominantly 3 para, and they were also made up with a certain number of Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, and there were a few signallers, and then there were medics. Now, in total, it got them up to platoon strength. Now, I can't remember how much platoon strength is. He's probably not here. Porky, if he is, will probably know and would be able to let us know. But I think it's around about 20 or a little bit more manpower. Now, as I said, it's relatively quiet on these two lookouts, which are codenamed Athens and Normandy. However, 15 minutes by helicopter, if you were to fly 15 minutes by helicopter, you would get to the areas of like Musakala and Sangin, and the troops were getting absolutely hammered there on a daily basis. Absolutely hammered. So if you just think about it, it's pretty quiet here. They haven't got the ammunition to make any great grounds. Oh, Kathy's just saying, hiya, Kathy. Don't tell anyone I've switched the lights out, and if anyone comes, I'm not going to answer the door. Top your coffee up. Absolutely, Green Eyes, no problem. The story, this is just the background. The story will get more interesting shortly, I promise. But I just want I want to set the scene for everybody. So, as I'm saying, it is fairly quiet. They haven't got the ammunition to engage the Taliban, and there are Taliban in the area, quite a few. The resup is shite, and other than, as I said, a few food drops, they really having to struggle. Now, we're going to go to the day of the 6th of September 2006. Now, up on Normandy, on the lookout post of Normandy, Stu Hale, who's a lance corporal and he was a sniper, they are looking down over the valley that looks out over Kajaki village and the Kajaki Dam. Now, the Kajaki Dam was, it's a big hydrological facility that had been built several decades earlier, and it had been funded by international aid. So this was like a real strategic asset which could provide the power for the majority of Helmand province. Oh, sorry, I was just looking at chat then. Every time you settle in to watch, bloody visitors turn up. Right, pretend you're not there. Stick some earplugs in. So this particular day, and there goes Cooper with his squeaky toy. So Stu Hale is, as I said, he's a sniper, and he's looking out over the valley, and they notice that there is some Taliban activity down on the main highway. They're armed Taliban. They are intimidating the locals, and not only that, but the loud hailer in the local village, which is normally used for the call to prayer, is being used by the Taliban in order to try and incite the locals and the villagers to attack the British outpost. So, as I said, Stu's a sniper. They look down. He realizes that this is too far for an accurate snipe against the Taliban. Doesn't want to risk hitting a civilian. They weigh it up, and then he realizes that if they were to head down the hill from Normandy, there's a wadi. If they were to cross the wadi and then go up slightly, there was a good vantage point there that would bring them closer to the main road and the village, and he would have a much clearer view in order to take a snipe at these Taliban. So he discussed it with Sergeant Stuart Pearson, and they agreed on a bit of a plan. He told them what told Sergeant Pearson what he planned to do, and got permission in order to do it. So they start getting themselves together, and oh, sorry about this, the dog again. Stop it. Stop. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. It's little devil. I'm trying to give this some absolute sensitive coverage, and I've got the flaming dog throwing his toy around. Right, so back to the story we go. Behave, Cooper. So once they've got permission to head down, Stu Hale accompanied by Fusilier Dean Farrell. Now, his nickname was Faz, so anyone that's got a nickname, I'm going to use that. And Private Chris Harvey, whose nickname was Jarhead. So they headed off down the hill towards the Wadi. And they got down there without any, it didn't take them that long to get down to the bottom. When they got to the bottom and Stu Hale was in front, he stepped off the goat track into the Wadi, and the next moment there was an almighty explosion. Now, this was heard up at Normandy. So Stu Pearson heard the explosion, and then he heard the screams coming from the Wadi. So at this point, he's not sure who it is that's been injured. So he radios over to Athens. He lets them know they've got a man down. And then he took off running down the hill with 2 others from Normandy. And it only took them 5 minutes to get there. I know it's great, isn't it, Green Eyes? All the nicknames are brilliant. When they get, so before they get down there, Stu Hale, meanwhile, he's been knocked out by this blast. As he starts coming to, he's not realised at this point that he's been injured. However, earlier in the day, he'd been reading some Rudyard Kipling poetry. And he said this one verse or part of the final verse of this poem was just while he's lying there on the ground, before he's realised how badly injured he was, this one poem is going through his head again and again and again. And it's so apt. And they actually put this in the movie, although they didn't put it that Stu was thinking about it. They put it earlier in the day when they're all talking about it. And this one part of I think it's called The British Soldier or The Young British Soldier by Rudyard Kipling. Quite grim, actually. But this one part was, Cooper, when you're injured and left on Afghanistan's plains and the women come out to cut up what remains, just roll to your rifle and blow out your brains and go to your God like a soldier. And he said that was just going round and round and round in his head. And then he realised how badly injured he was. The pain started to hit. He was going into shock. He had totally forgotten that he was with 2 of his comrades. He wasn't on his own, but he forgot. He was thinking, I'm so alone. I'm here. I'm going to die. He also realises how close he is to the Taliban because they're just over this little ridge at the other side of him. And he said he never felt so bleak in all his life. Now, unbeknownst to Jarhead, this is a previously unknown former Russian minefield. So if people remember back in the 1980s, Russia had invaded Afghanistan and they had minefields everywhere. This was one of them. A lot of the minefields had been marked, but there were a lot of them that hadn't. This was one. Nobody knew it was a minefield. There'd been locals walking up and down the goat track and across the Wadi all the time that the soldiers had been up there on Normandy and Athens, and nothing had ever happened. So they had no reason, because, this was a well-used goat track. They had no reason to think that there were mines down there. So Jarhead has rushed across from where he was, and he started to administer first aid to Stu Hale. And he manages to get a couple of tourniquets on him because Stu has lost his leg below the knee. And he's also, one of his fingers has been more or less blown off. It's hanging by a bit of, by a string. So Jarhead gets some morphine into him. He manages to tourniquet him and he starts applying field dressings. At this point, Stu Pearson and his other 2 colleagues from Normandy arrive at the bottom of the Wadi, and they rush in as well to help. Now, at this point, they then realise there's probably going to be some more mines. So they do keep a track on the line in that they'd taken, just for anybody else that was coming down. Now, we're going to go to Athens. They get the call over at Athens from Stu Pearson to say, we've got a man down in the Wadi, the other side of Normandy. We need some help. Corporal Mark Wright, he starts to get a rescue party together. military first aid and medicine, best in the world. Well, I tell you, the things that those guys have to do under pressure, it beggars belief. Green eyes, you don't even, yeah, I can't even think how they could work like that. And as this story progresses, I mean, obviously, you being in the medical profession, you'll appreciate how bad this got. So Mark Wright has decided to get a rescue party together, and he's basically, you know, one of our lads is injured. We don't know who it is yet. There's been a mine strike the other side of Normandy. We need to get down there. Now, part of the rescue party was Paul Hartley, and his nickname is Tug, and Tug is the medic. Now, Tug, for a book on the paras, he was actually relaying his story, and I will read a little bit of that to you later on. Oh, have you, green eyes? Wow. I honestly don't know that I could. When you hear and you see some of the things, I honestly don't know how they do what they do. But yeah, they've got nerves of steel, as you have, as you know, any nurses, any doctors. You know, you're confronted with terrible things every day. So Tug, he is the medic, and what he said was, usually of a morning, now this is about 11 o'clock in the morning at this point, when Mark Wright has had the call from Normandy to get down, get a rescue party together and get down into the Wadi. What Tug had said was that usually of a morning, him and a couple of the other lads, they would go down the hill to Kajaki Dam. They'd take the laundry, you know, do wash the clothes. They'd have a swim and a wash in the dam, and then they'd head back. Now, he said, for some reason this day, he said, I just had a bad feeling. You know, he wasn't going to know, you know, he had no way of knowing what was going to happen, but he just had a bad feeling and decided not to go down for the first time, not to go down to the dam. And he said how different things could have turned out if he had not listened to his instincts and if he'd gone down to the dam that morning, as he usually did every single day. Just shows sometimes that sixth sense, your spidey senses kick in. So Tug picks up his Medbergen, he gets his webbing together, and he gets his rifle. Now, they set off, and don't forget, he's a medic, and he's not in the same kind of physical shape. No detriment to Tug, if you're listening, which I doubt, but anyway, no, you know, I'm not casting, I'm not being nasty, but I think he's accepted himself. He just wasn't in the same kind of physical shape as these paras, but these paras started powering off down the hill. Now, they had to go from Athens, down the hill, up the hill to Normandy, down the other side. And you think about the temperatures in Afghanistan, they're unbelievable. It's like being in an oven. So Tug ended up falling behind slightly. And he said, you know, one, I wasn't in the same shape as these guys. And two, he said, I'm carrying a Medbergen, which weighed about 70 pounds, plus all my webbing, plus my rifle. So he did fall behind. Now, when they got down there, they noticed that, or rather they saw that Stu Pearson and the other two lads from Normandy had cleared a line in to where Stu Hale was lying. They saw that Jarhead had managed to get him wrapped up. He'd got some dressings on him. He was tourniqueted, and he had some morphine. They followed the line in across the minefield to Stu Hale. Tug started to basically go over his injuries, do a little bit more than Jarhead had done. And he even said, he is in no doubt whatsoever that the first aid that Jarhead had administered to Stu Hale had saved his life. He would have been dead if Jarhead, I keep getting it wrong, if Jarhead hadn't done what he did, Stu Hale would have died. So, you know, he did a sterling job. So Tug starts to assess his wounds, tightens up the tourniquet, gets another field dressing onto his injuries, pumps him full of a bit more morphine. Now, at this point, there's another medic arrives on the scene. Now, this is Alex Craig. He's another Lance Corporal, the same as Tug. And Alex, Craig and Tug, they're both medics and they're both really good friends. Alex had heard the first radio call that there had been a mine strike on Normandy, and for some reason he had presumed it was Tug. So he came ploughing down into the Wadi, straight through the minefield at full pelt, carrying his Medbergen and everything else that he had with him, missed mines on the way in, and then realised it actually wasn't Tug that was injured, it was Stu Hale. So that caused a bit of a giggle amongst the soldiers. So Tug is trying at this point to get a cannula into Stu Hale's arm, and he's having difficulty finding a vein. Now, I'm guessing, and probably Green Eyes can help me with this because I'm not medically trained, but I'm guessing that because of the blood loss, his blood pressure's dropped and maybe his veins have shrunk a little, if that's how it works. But Tug couldn't find a vein. Now, I can imagine that what had happened was he's kind of, looked away and gone, for fuck's sake. And as he's done that and rolled his eyes, he's glanced to the side of himself and he sees that there are anti-personnel mines everywhere. Some of them are partially exposed. They've been partially buried and been partially exposed. And some of them were just sitting on top of the ground. And he's like, shit. Now, Mark Wright is, he's taken charge. And he has been trying to get through to Camp Bastion in order to arrange a helicopter to come and, to get a Kajaki to get Stu Hale out of this wadi. And he also has noticed that there are landmines around. So what he decides to do is, due to blood loss, then go for intrantia oculis. Oh, I don't know what that is, Green Eyes, but it sounds impressive. So Mark Wright is on the radio. He's to Camp Bastion and he's saying, right, we need an immediate Kajaki. We've got one man down. He's a priority one. He has lost a leg. He's suffering severe blood loss. We are in a minefield. We need a helicopter with a winch. Now, seeing that there's a mine, there's mines everywhere, he then also decides that the safest thing to do is to get Stu Hale away from where he is and into a safer area. And he looks around and he notices that further down the wadi is a raised rock embankment. So he decides that that is probably going to be the best place, and it's quite large. Drill into the bone and put cannula in. Oh gosh. Oh, that sounds painful, Green Eyes. That sounds really painful. Ooh. So he decides they need to get Stu Hale onto this large kind of rock platform, and it's going to be the safest place there for them to winch him up. And there's enough room as well for people to be with him. It's not just like a tiny little outcrop. It's a decent enough space. So Sergeant Stu Pearson, he gets a couple of the lads. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. We've only just started, so you've only missed a little bit. He gets a couple of the lads to try and clear a pathway, get a safe path from where Stu Hale is lying injured over to this rocky outcrop that they want to have as the pickup point for the Kajaki when it finally turns up. So here's what saves your life if you cannot get IV access. Yeah. God, I wonder, Green Eyes, as well, if they would do that in the field. I'm not sure. So Stu Pearson gets a couple of volunteers from the lads who are currently on Overwatch, and they are shoulder to shoulder, belly down on the soil, on the belt buckles, and they are kind of belly crawling along and working with the bayonets and the fingers and their eyes to try and spot any anti-personnel mines. So as and when they find one, they mark it off with a little red flag and they deviate the pathway. And in this manner, they finally work and they get a clear path, a safe path with the landmines marked off. and the safe route marked off. So once they've got to the rocky outcrop, it's then down to Stu Pearson. He's got to take his life in his hands and walk the safe route just to make sure it's safe. And I can imagine now, I mean, his arse must have been twitching at that point. So he sets off. He leaves Stu Pearce's position and he walks along this safe route. Hi, Simples. Hiya, lovely. He walks along the safe route to the rocky outcrop and joins the other two lads there. And he's like, right, it's fine. So Mark Wright says, right, lads, pick the stretcher up and get Stu Hale over to the rocky outcrop. So they pick him up on the stretcher and they set off along the safe route. And they get there with absolutely no problem whatsoever. So they're all up on there. So you've got the stretcher bearers, you've got the lads who'd marked out the safe route, you've got Tug, who's the medic, you've got Alex Craig, who's the other medic, and you've got Stu Pearson. So Mark Wright has a chat with Tug and they agree that Tug will stay with Stu Hale and 4 of the lads, so they can act as stretcher bearers if they're needed, and everybody else can go back and go to the other side of the wadi and remain on overwatch, because don't forget, they are in Taliban territory at the moment. So the lads all set off. Now, in the film, it's quite funny because the character, the guy who plays Mark Wright, he basically gives quite a funny speech to them. He says, you know, thanks everybody very much. Tug and the stretcher bearers, please stay with Stu Hale. Everybody else, thanks for your help now. Fuck off. So and apparently, according to my friend, that was exactly what was happening. You know, this wasn't embellished for the film at all. This was exactly what was going on. So one by one, the unwanted or unneeded soldiers set off from the rocky outcrop to go back over to the other side of the wadi and carry on with overwatch. One by one they go, one by one they go, no problem whatsoever. Stu Pearson, Sergeant Stu Pearson, is the last one to leave. So he says, you know, goodbye, good luck to Stu Hale, says ta to the other lads, and he sets off. He hasn't gone many feet, and the next thing, bang, detonated. This is a pathway that they've all walked on. You know, Tug was even saying, I couldn't believe, you know, I'm just thinking, my God, I've just walked there. I've just walked there. How they'd missed the landmine, I don't know. Whether he'd stood in it in a particular way, whether he stood in it too heavily, I don't know. But Stu Pearson has gone up. So immediately, without thinking, for their own safety, Corporal Mark Wright, Lance Corporal Alex Craig, who is the other medic, and a young fusilier called Andy Barlow, they race over to Stu Pearson. So they've, again, gone across this active minefield, and they get to Stu Pearson. Now, Tug Hartley, I should say, he's over with Stu Hale. Too many Stews. He's over with Stu Hale, and he's shouting over to Alex, what can I do? What can I? And Alex is saying, you stay there, Tug. Stay with Stu Hale. We're fine here. We're absolutely fine. Mark Wright is now on the radio again to Camp Bastion, saying we've got a second priority 1 casualty because Stu Pearson has also now lost the lower part of his leg. So they've got 2 severe limb losses. He is again onto Camp Bastion, is saying we need a second Kazi back. There is a second priority 1 casualty, loss of limb. We need a second helicopter with a winch because we are in a landmine, a minefield. Now, unbeknownst to these guys, and this is so, it's one of those things where it's so ridiculous, you laugh and you shouldn't be laughing. But what's actually happening at Camp Bastion is their commander is getting these frantic radio calls through from Mark Wright. Now, Mark Wright is saying we need this, Kajaki, it's got to have a winch. It's, and he's calling it hot HLS, which is a helicopter landing site. Hot meaning we can't do it. He's saying it's a fucking minefield. They can't land here. We need helicopters with winches, and we've got 2 priority 1 casualties. Now, the commander is trying to sort out Black Hawks. Unfortunately, the available Black Hawks were tasked elsewhere. The other ridiculous thing is that at that time, there were no British helicopters who were equipped with winches. So the commander's left with a bit of a sticky choice. Does he wait 12 hours while he can send in some specialist engineers to clear the area of mines? But if he does that, then the chances are that Stu Hale and Stu Pearson are going to bleed to death. Or, if there's no Black Hawks available with a winch, should he send a Chinook in, that would possibly risk setting off more mines with the downdraft from the blades. So he's left with that dilemma. Now, all this time, Mark Wright is pleading, send Black Hawks, send something, send a rescue helicopter. It's got to have a winch. Unfortunately, the commander's request for Black Hawk helicopters equipped with winches to go into an active minefield were lost in NATO bureaucracy. And he had to then make a really hard decision, and he's had to live with this ever since. He made the decision to send a Chinook to try and get the guys. So, at this point, we've got, don't forget, you've got Stu Hale on the rocky outcrop with 4 stretcher bearers and Tug, the medic. We've got, in the centre of the minefield, we have got Stu Pearson, Sergeant Stu Pearson, who has lost the lower part of his leg, and he is being tended to by Alex Craig, Lance Corporal Alex Craig, who's a medic. He has got Mark Wright, Corporal Mark Wright, with him, and also Fusilier Andy Barlow. Now, they then hear the sound of, it is Green Eyes, it's terrible, but I'll try and keep some of the squaddy humour in so that you can see that it didn't matter how bad it was, they still were laughing and they were still joking and they kept the spirits up. And there is a little bit, and I will warn you, as I get to this bit later on in the story, I know for a fact I'm going to start crying, because I've never managed to repeat it yet without crying. I'll try my best not to, but I probably will. So it's that's my trigger warning. Jax might start sniffling. So they hear helicopter in the distance and they're getting, excited. Fucking hell, they're here, the Black. And then one of the lads goes, "That's not a Black Hawk, that. No way." And the difference, because a Chinook is a big helicopter. And it comes in and it kind of skirts around the valley, goes round the back of the hill, and then it lands at the bottom of the wadi, probably about 100 feet away from where Stu Hale is lying with Tug and with the 4 stretcher bearers. Now, it lands down back wheels and ramp, and the loader comes down the ramp of the Chinook. Now, they haven't got direct comms with this Chinook, unfortunately, so everything is being relayed via Camp Bastion badly. The loader comes down the ramp and he starts signalling, come on, come forward to Tug and the other lads. Now, as they were coming in, even people like the injured Stu Pearson on the floor, they're all shouting to this helicopter, even though it couldn't hear them, fuck off, because they know that this helicopter is too big to land in the wadi without causing more serious injury. Now, at the point where the loader is signalling to them to, come forward and bring Stu Hale on his stretcher, Tug Hartley gets up, chucks in the finger, shouts, "You, fuck off." The guy hasn't got a clue what is being said because of the noise of the Chinook. So Tug tries to drag everybody up and he says, we need to give them some arm signals as to, what's going on. So they start making the signal T and the signal O, which is for take off. They can't be heard. They're all screaming, fuck off. They're all screaming at this, the loader on the Chinook. They can't, it's a minefield. We cannot walk over to you. We are not stretching this guy across 100 feet of active live minefield. It's not going to happen. Now, one of the funny things in the film is that the young Fusilier, Andy Barlow, they're sitting in the middle of the minefield and he's watching all these paras making these arm signals to the loader of the Chinook. And he's going, what are they doing? What are they doing? So Alex Craig, the other medic, he said, TO, take off. And Andy Barlow says, they look like they're doing the fucking YMCA. And that's exactly what it looked like. So again, exactly as it happened. Now, eventually, the loader still can't understand what kind of stuff he was sniffing that day. I don't know, but he can't understand what the guys are trying to say to him. But he realizes that they're not going to come closer with the injured people. So the Chinook takes off. Now, as it takes off, it's what Tug Hartley describes as a total brownout, which is the downdraft from the blades is whipping the sand up and the soil and anything loose is getting whipped up. He said it was in their eyes. They were breathing it in. They literally couldn't see anything. There was nothing apart from this mass of sand and loose soil and little stones. So they've all kind of got their arms over their eyes. They've got their eyes screwed up together. They're trying to keep the mouths closed so that they're not breathing in this dust. It's getting absolutely everywhere. The noise from the helicopter is horrendous. And as the helicopter, it flew over the minefield. It didn't go round the other way. It came over the minefield. And the downdraft started to roll little boulders and stones and what have you. And the next minute, there are landmines going off. Bang, 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 bang. But a hell of a lot louder. Finally, when it's gone, the dust starts to settle, visibility starts to return, and Tug opens his eyes and he looks into the centre of the minefield where his friends have been. You've got the first one he sees is Alex Craig. Now, he said he was as white as a ghost and he had 2 puncture wounds in his chest, probably been hit by shrapnel. He's got these 2 puncture wounds in his chest. Andy Barlow is flat on his back, but he's only been blown back by the explosion. Stu Pearson has been injured again, so he's also got more wounds. And the worst one was Mark Wright because he had a massive gaping hole from under his arm. His rib cage gone. It was really bad. He had been injured. His arm was injured as well. That was basically hanging off. He had wounds to his face and he had a hole in his neck. So Andy Barlow comes to. Yeah, green eyes, just unbelievable. Andy Barlow starts to come to, but he's a young lad. He's never seen anything like this and he's absolutely freaking out. And Tug is looking now. What he said happened was, oh, thanks, Fingal. Have you heard of this before? Because a lot of people haven't. A lot of people haven't heard this story, and it really upsets me because they're just absolute heroes, these guys. Now, one of the things I'm just going to say, and I don't know if anyone else will pick up on this, but in the film, I'm glad, Fingal, because a lot of people I speak to have never ever heard of it. Now, in the film, as the dust has settled and Tug is looking and seeing what's going on, it's deathly silent. There's nothing, there's not a sound. And this is what happened in real life. There wasn't a sound. You know, people had either been knocked unconscious or they were just in complete shock. And then the screaming started. And in the film, you just hear everybody that's screaming for help. So you've got Mark screaming, you've got Stu Pearson screaming. Andy Barlow is screaming because he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. And you just see Tug looking like a deer caught in headlights. And he kind of gives the side eye to his left, and his rifle is on the floor. And he's kind of looking at this rifle, and then he closes his eyes and he shakes his head and he's back in the room. Now, I wondered when I saw that, and I was thinking, the fuck was that all about? In his own words, he actually said at that point, and it was only for a split fraction of a second, but he said, as the screaming started and he's looking and realizing he can't get to these guys because they're in the middle of a minefield, he said just that split second when he looked down and saw his rifle, it crossed his mind to execute Stu Pearson and Mark Wright and Alex Craig, because he couldn't think of any other way to help them. And he said, thank God I didn't do it. And it was split second, a fraction of a second, but that was what crossed his mind. And I was glad that he'd explained that, because I didn't understand the significance in the film, and it never explained it. I think it was just left to you to guess for yourself. So that's actually what happened in real life. Tugs admitted it. He just for that split second thought, I'm going to have to do something. Anyway, so Andy Barlow he hasn't got a clue what he's doing. He's a young lad. There are 3 seriously wounded soldiers around him, Mark being the worst. And Tug realizes, I've got to go over there. I've got to go over there. Apparently, it was his little boy's first birthday the next day, and that was the first thing he thought about was, I can't go over there. It's my little lad's going to be 1 tomorrow. And then he realized that nobody else was going to help these friends of his. So what he then decided to do, he got his med bag and he started to use it as, well, basically what he was doing, he was throwing it ahead of him. So, you know, I don't know, say 6 feet or so, throwing it onto the ground in the minefield, and then he would jump and land on the bag once he realized it wasn't going to blow up. And then he would shuffle his feet off it again, pick it up and throw it another 5-6 feet or so and do the same again. Now, at one point, he did fall off the bag. He went sideways off it. And he said he's got absolutely no doubt if he'd have fallen backwards or forwards, he'd have hit a landmine. Luckily, he didn't. So while he's on the way over there, they're needing some water. And one of the lads who's out of the wadi is throwing bottles of water over to yes and no, Green Eyes. Yes and no. Somebody out of the wadi throws Andy Barlow a bottle of water. So they launch it over and he catches it. And at this point, Tug is getting closer and closer. He's still throwing his Bergen and his med bag, and he's getting on it, and then he's getting off it and throwing it again and jumping onto it. Now they then throw Andy Barlow a second bottle of water, and he misses it. And as he moves to get it, he goes to stand, and he triggers another mine. So that goes up, and he loses the bottom of his leg. Tug is blown backwards off his med bag. Now, he didn't realise what had happened, and he said when he started to come to, he said he couldn't see anything because he said, again, it was another brownout. There was just dust everywhere. He didn't realise that he was injured, or he didn't realise that there'd been another detonation of a landmine. But he said he thought he was dead. So he said he's lying there, and he's thinking, it's not that bad. It's not that bad dying. People say it's really painful. It's all right. I didn't feel anything. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. And then he got this almighty pain in his chest. So he took a deep breath, sat up, and realised he had been hitting his shoulder. He was bleeding quite badly. And that the screaming coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Green Eyes. I'm sorry about this. But he realizes that it's just one of those, I had to cover it because it's meant a lot to me, this. And I just think these lads really deserve the recognition. I really do, because it's just one of those stories that just didn't get, not publicity, it just didn't get the recognition that it deserved, and neither did any of the lads who were involved. So that's why I really needed to cover it. So Tug is just sat there, he's injured, and he just thought, fuck it. I'm gonna die, so I may as well die just trying to get to my friends and do what I can to help him. So he doesn't even bother throwing his med bag on the floor anymore. He just picks it up and he walks straight through the minefield and misses every single one of them. So he gets over there and he gets to Mark. He kind of makes a quick assessment. His quick triage is, right, Alex has got his chest injuries. Barlow has got his foot blown off. Stu Pearson has been hit again. And Mark has been hit again. Now, at this point, Mark's lost most of his teeth and he's got burns down his throat. He decides that Mark Wright is the one that needs his attention first. So Andy Barlow, who's lost the bottom part of his leg, he throws him a tourniquet and he throws him some morphine and he asks him to administer it to himself and get his tourniquet on himself. And he said, give him his due. He did it. And even though he was injured, he was still wanting to try and help the other lads who were down. He tried to get a bandage onto the massive wound in Mark's side, so it kind of ran from under his arm down his rib cage, and the wound was too big. So Tug took his t-shirt off and tried to plug the hole in his side, which is it's just so bad. You can't even comprehend it, can you? I just need a little minute, guys, because I was getting a little bit. Oh. So, Andy Barlow he continues to scream, and this goes on for the length of time that they're in this wadi, because they only found out later on that he was resistant to morphine. So that poor lad, for the length of time that they were in the wadi, had no pain relief. It wasn't working at all. And, he probably, maybe the lads thought that he was, being a bit nesh. The fact that, it was, I need some more pain relief. I need some more pain relief. But unfortunately, it just didn't work for him. So at this point, we'll do a little recap. We've got Stu Hale, who is over on the Rocky Outcrop, who has lost his leg below the knee and a finger. We have got Stu Pearson, who has also lost a leg below it's kind of below his shin, and various other injuries. He's got holes all over him now off shrapnel. We've got Andy Barlow, who has lost the lower part of his leg. We've got Alex Craig, who's got shrapnel injuries to his chest. We have got Mark Wright, who has got massive injuries, chest, face, neck, and arms. Also, he then realises that there's another soldier injured, and this is David Prosser. And he has got a punctured lung from a shrapnel injury. So in total, we've got 7 wounded. And that is pretty significant. And they are still shouting for helicopters, because obviously the Chinook helicopter debacle, they need winches. They need helicopters with winches. And unfortunately, they keep getting told 10 minutes. It's going to be 10 minutes. So it's 10 minutes, then it's another 10 minutes, then it's another 10 minutes. So these 10 minutes turned into an hour. And then that hour turned into 2 hours and 3 hours. And in total, they were 4 hours sitting there. Now, it was really bad because Tug is also losing blood. Now, it didn't show this in the film, but because of the injury to himself, Tug's losing blood and he kept going very lightheaded. So the other lads who were either on Overwatch or with Stu Hale, they're shouting at him, trying to keep him awake, asking him questions, taking the piss out of him, trying to keep him laughing. When Tug kind of got a grip of his senses, he also realised that because he kept mentioning it, Davy Prosser kept mentioning it was his birthday that day. So Tug got all the lads, both the injured and uninjured, to sing happy birthday to Davy Prosser. And he said this was so he could kind of realise, take a note of what the consciousness level of each one was like. And it's called, Mrs. Mercury, in this country it's called Kajaki, Kajaki. If it's in America, it was released as Kilo 2 Bravo, but it's Kajaki, the true story. I'll just check. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to check if I've missed any more. If I've missed any more comments, just give me a little second. Kidlets? No, I think we're all right. So at this point, you've got no problem, Mrs. Mercury. So Alex Craig manages to get up and get out of the minefield, and he's helped away by a couple of colleagues. Everybody else is in situ. Okay. Now, from what I can understand, Mark Wright, so he is terribly injured. And like Green Eyes said, there's some injuries that you're never going to come back from. And the one thing that they've all said about him was that despite his horrific injuries, and he was dying, he tried to keep everybody's morale up. He was trying to encourage everybody. He was laughing and joking about the fact that, he's going to lost his arm because he was due to get married. Stu Pearson, he was laughing about the fact because the Russians apparently used to bury mines in groups of 4. So he was having a laugh and a joke saying, well, they didn't need to worry about the 4th mine now because Andy Barlow had just found it for them. They were making jokes about being legless. And sorry for those people in America, when we say over here in the UK that you're legless, it means that you're drunk. So there were all these jokes about it. Now, one of the sad things was that Tug tried to give Mark Wright a drink of water. He was desperately thirsty. And he said there was no water. It had been blown up when Andy Barlow had detonated that final mine. So that was it was in a bit of a dilemma, and obviously Mark is parched and they're all full of dust. So he said he found a bag of saline. Now he said it's not the best to drink, however, it would be enough just to wet his lips and to hopefully wash his mouth out of the sand and the grit and everything else that had blown in there. So he poured the water into Mark's mouth, and he said it was just gushing out the hole in the side of his neck. And he said at that point, Mark looked at him and he said, I knew that he knew. But he said he never stopped. He never stopped trying to give morale to the other lads. He was an absolute superstar. Now, 4 hours after that first detonation that Stu Hale had, finally they hear the sound of helicopters coming in, and it is 2 Black Hawks, American Black Hawks, and they're equipped with winches. Now, Stu Pearson said that as they were coming in, he heard Mark Wright saying to him, you know, if I die, tell Gillian and my mum and dad that I love them. And he was saying to him, shut up, you know, next week we're going to be back in the pub, give over, you know, pack it in. Now, the Black Hawks managed to winch everybody up. The last person to be winched off the minefield was Tug. And he'd said in an interview that he'd given that he just thought, I'm going to end up taking this flaming helicopter down because I bet you any money I'm actually resting on a landmine. And the minute they winch me up, boom, it's going to go. But it didn't. It didn't. Now, unfortunately, the struggle to save Mark Wright's life, it was desperate, but it was very brief. Stu Pearson was saying he was receiving treatment on the Chinook, and he was off his head on the morphine. He said he was in a bit of a haze. He looked over, he saw Mark lying there, but he said when he looked over to him again a little bit later on, he wasn't there anymore. And he said obviously he must have died and been taken away in a body bag. Now, the one thing that I can tell you about Mark Wright is that he held on long enough to see that everybody was rescued. Stu Hale had said later that Mark wouldn't let go until he knew we were all safe. He said then I think he allowed himself to die. Apparently, he had asked one of the doctors, sorry, this is where I'm going to get choked up. He said, did they all get out? And the doctor said, yes, Mark, they all got out. And at that point, he closed his eyes and he breathed his last. And it absolutely soul destroying. But the fact that he hung on and he was so horribly injured. Now, right, I shall carry on. Now, Mark Wright was, and rightly so, he was awarded a posthumous George Cross. Tug and Andy Barlow were awarded George medals. And Stu Pearson was awarded the Queen's Gallantry Medal. Now, 7 years after this incident was when they released the film that they'd done. And it premiered in Leicester Square. Now, there'd also been preview screenings, which some had managed to attend. I don't know if any of you watch Outlander, but the one of the characters in there, he plays Stu Pearson in the film. Now, one thing I wanted to mention was that Stu Hale, so he was the very first victim of these landmines. He and obviously there was no saving any of these limbs. He'd lost his leg below the knee, but Stu Hale became the very first amputee ever to return to active duty in Afghanistan. And that takes some bloody doing, doesn't it? It absolutely does take some doing. Now, he carried on, I think it was for a further 7 years, I think it was, that he continued to serve in the army. But he was the only one who had been injured to that extent who did. I know it doesn't even, and you want to see the photographs of him with this prosthetic leg. Now, I'm just going to find, if you can bear with me a second, I'm going to find and read to you Tug Hartley's version of events that day, because this should give you a better insight into what was going on. So just give me a second, guys, and I'm going to get this. It's just easier if I read something than trying to talk from my from memory, because it's when I'm talking from memory, I'm taking myself back to my friend telling me what had happened. And that's more upsetting for some reason. I don't know why. I did have this bookmarked, and obviously I can't. And the problem is, there was some of these guys where they weren't treated well at all. Sorry about the dog. Tug Hartley, he was after he admitted to having PTSD. Oh well, I'm puffing away on my vape, Green Eyes. Well, after Paul Hartley, Tug, admitted to having PTSD, he was told man up or leave. You know, I mean, how fucking shocking is that? Absolutely disgraceful. Anyway, now there was bear with me 1 second. I'm so unprepared. I know simples, but it's not the. I mean, I've got a friend who was suffering from Gulf War syndrome, and the way he was treated by the MOD was absolutely shocking. It was disgusting. I'm not saying that happens all the time, however. Right, I found it. So, sounds about right for the support PTSD military get. You hear about the casualties of war, but to hear about great detail is different, even more horrifying. It is Mrs. Mercury. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. But it's like I said right at the start, and I know a couple of you guys hadn't come in at that point, but like my dad had said, you know, the worse the situation with British squaddies, the more humour they seem to get from it. I can't even imagine being in the situations that they are and making jokes about it and laughing. It's the same over here. They get little support and end up ending their own lives. That's what happened to my friend John, Green Eyes. He was suffering from Gulf War syndrome. He had, well, obviously he had PTSD. He had severe depression, and he got no help, and he ended up taking his own life. And that absolutely crushed me, because I'd known John from, you know, we grew up together from being toddlers. Well, not quite toddlers, but you know what I mean, 4 or 5 years old. Yeah, shame on them. Absolute shame on them. So, I'm going to read you this little bit now about what Tug has said. Okay, so this was his story. Now, this comes from a book, and I'll give you the name of that, and we'll give them credit before I start to read, because I don't want to get a copyright strike. So, just got to find the damn title. Sorry about this, I'm not doing so well, am I? Okay, so it's from a book called The Paras, From the Falklands to Afghanistan in Their Own Words. And it's by a gentleman called Max Arthur. It's published by Hodder, and it is in the region of £25 for the book. And that was published in 2017. So I'm about to read from that. Let me just have a little look. You do, though. We have nurse humour too. It would turn other stomachs, but it's just a way of coping with your job. I know, Simples, I know. And I've heard some of the stuff that my brothers have joked about. And I just think, how can you do that? It's like one of Richie's friends. He lost his life in in the Gulf, and the humour's brutal. And I'm like, oh my God, you can't speak ill of the dead like that. And he's like, well, he'd be doing it to me. He said it's how we get on with things. He said, what am I going to do? Sit here and cry about him not being here anymore, or having a laugh at his expense and managing to carry on doing my job? And I can get it, because I don't have to do that. Greenhouse, it's the same in ED. You have to make jokes and have a dark sense of humour, or you would never get through it all. Yeah. Fingal. Plus, these heroes receive very little in help after leaving the forces. Sadly and horribly, there are an awful lot of ex-servicemen and women who are homeless. At the last count, Fingal, 9,500. 9,500 living on the streets of the UK. So much for the Forces Covenant, eh? Which was supposed to ensure that they would get priority housing. And I've yet to find one that has. However, that's another whinge for another day, because if I get on my soapbox about the way that our forces and ex-forces are treated, I'll be going until doomsday, because it really does mean a lot to me. Right. So, I shall proceed to read Tug Hartley's account of what happened that day. Yeah, you know what, Fingal? I'm going to fist bump you there, because it's, yeah, absolutely disgusting. Every Johnny come lately, his wife, 18 kids and the dog will get everything they ask for, and then the men who've served this country and put themselves out and put themselves on the front line to get and being paid shit all to do it, get absolutely nothing. So yeah, that's me on my soapbox, and I've just said it. Anywho, on that note, I shall now read what Tug Hartley said about that day. So, when I got home from tours of duty in Afghanistan and Lebanon in the summer of 2006, I thought my days in the desert were over. At last, I could marry my fiancée, Dawn, the mother of my little boy. That was on the Saturday. We began our honeymoon on the Sunday, and I got a phone call on the Wednesday, and by Friday, I was back in Afghanistan. I'd been deployed to Kajaki, a village in the north of Helmand province, which in all honesty, I regarded as a bit of a resting post. My sergeant major was trying to help me out, knowing I'd worked my arse off on previous tours, so he thought he'd send me down to Kajaki for a bit of R&R, because there wasn't much happening down there. The base was on the top of a hill, looking down on the Taliban, so we had a good overview. I used to get up every morning and go with a couple of the boys down to the dam, where we'd wash a bit of dobi, which is laundry, and have a bit of a swim. And this is what I mentioned earlier, but there was something inside me that told me not to go that morning on September the 6th. It was good I didn't, because at around 11 o'clock, Corporal Mark Wright came running in, saying a landmine had been detonated on the far side of the neighbouring hill. I remember grabbing my T-shirt, my webbing, medical kit and rifle. It was about 1.5 kilometres down our mountain, up the next hill and down the other side. Going up that hill was probably the most physical and demanding thing I've ever done. I did fall behind the rest of the pack. They moved like machines, knowing that one of their blokes was injured, but my Bergen medical pack weighed about 70 pounds and I was carrying a rifle and webbing as well. As we reached the site of the explosion, some of the guys had already set up cordons around the mines. I could immediately see Stu Hale, a sniper, had lost his leg and had damage to one of his fingers. Jarhead, one of the paras, had done an excellent job with the tourniquets. I believe he saved Stu Hale's life. He went into the minefield to Stu, and I administered morphine, reattached the tourniquets, and put some dressings on him. All the guys from 3 Para were amazing. They were all assisting me and did a really good job. Meanwhile, Mark Wright, Sergeant Stu Pearson, and Jarhead were making a plan. I was trying to get a cannula into Stu's arm, and as I struggled to find a vein, I remember looking around and seeing anti-personnel mines on the surface, some partially dug in. As I composed myself, my good friend Alex Craig, another medic, came running down the hill to help. He'd heard the first call on the radio and thought it was me who was injured. He'd actually run through a minefield to assist us. Between the two of us, we got Stu bandaged up and stable, on oxygen, and I'd even managed to write up my report. It was stuffed down the front of my shorts, and we were literally just waiting for a helicopter with a winch to come and airlift us out to Camp Bastion Hospital. Time went on and more people started to notice the other mines around us. So Mark and I decided we had to move Stu to a safe location from where he could easily be winched out without the downdraft from the helicopter causing any further problems by setting off more mines. Stu Pearson got a couple of guys to clear a safe path through the mines using bayonets and their own eyes. It took them a while in the blistering heat, but they plodded away with no fear or emotion showing. The guys had just got on with the vital job that they had to do. Eventually, a path was cleared, and Stu Pearson walked back to make sure it was all okay. Some of us picked up the stretcher and carried it to the safe location. Mark and I decided that, with 4 others, I would stay to load Stu Hale onto the winch, and everyone else should pull out. A lot of the guys walked straight back along the safe marked path, and Stu Pearson was the very last man to go across it. He got about 10 to 20 metres away from us, and then he just detonated on the path. As he detonated, I remember looking and thinking, I've just walked from there. Medic Alex Craig and Mark Wright jumped straight in to help. Alex told me to stay where I was and he would manage Stu Pearson. Again, it worked. We now had 2 guys who'd lost legs, but it wasn't the first time we'd dealt with these things. It was okay, it was all right, both guys were stable. Time dragged on. I was shouting to Mark, where is this helicopter? We kept getting told 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Then 10 minutes turned into 30 minutes and 30 minutes turned into hours, and the hours just went on and on. Eventually, we could hear a helicopter in the distance, a Chinook. It flew in over the top of us and round the back of the hill, then came in a second time, low. It was 70 metres away from me when it started to touch down, landing on its back wheels and ramps. The loader came to the door and started waving at us to come on. I stood up and gave him the finger, not a fucking chance. 2 of the boys had already got blown up. I wasn't going to risk carrying the 2 casualties 70 to 75 metres through a minefield for anybody. Over the deafening noise of the Chinook's engines, we started using hand signals to warn him about the mines, but the loader didn't understand, and eventually the helicopter took off again. It caused a total brownout. I couldn't see anything. Eyes and mouth full of sand and dust. It turned into a scene from Star Wars. People shielding themselves from the dust, and suddenly the inevitable happened. Mines started going off all around. I remember lifting my head up, looking over to where Stu Pearson was, and seeing a blast go off at about waist height, and then everything went quiet. The dust settled, and the helicopter disappeared. I looked at Alex, my fellow medic. The colour had gone out of his skin, and he had wounds across his chest. I looked at Mark. He had a severe injury to his torso and an injury to his face, and I could see Stu Pearson had been hit again. Then the shouting and the screaming started. People were begging for help. I remember thinking, it's 10 metres away. I can't go across to them. It's the day before my son's first birthday. I looked down and I saw my rifle, and I bent down and I felt the coldness, the part of the rifle between the trigger housing and the magazine housing. And for a split second, I was going to execute Alex Craig, Mark Wright, and Stu Pearson. It was a split second, but it seemed like an eternity to make the decision, and thank God I never did. Hi, Lady Witch. Stu Hale, the very first casualty of the day, had my medical pack under his leg, and I remember grabbing it and just thinking, oh, fuck it, I've got to do something. So, sorry about the dog. Stop. I threw it. It didn't go bang, so I jumped on it and slid it out from underneath my feet. I repeated this, trying to cross the minefield to get where they were. I remember falling off it at one point and everyone panicking. Nobody more than me, though. If I'd fallen backwards, I would have got hit by a mine. If I went forwards, I would probably get hit too, but I had to risk it for the boys. I pulled the pack out again and threw it. Nothing went bang, so I jumped on it. And I was about 1.5 meters away. Young Andy Barlow, a Fusilier kid, was in there trying to give first aid. He was in a state because he'd never seen anything like it. Somebody threw a bottle of water to Andy and he caught it. Then he was thrown a second bottle, but he missed it, and when he turned to pick it up, he stepped on a mine, instantly losing a leg. The blast lifted me up and dumped me on my arse. Again, it was a brownout and I couldn't see anything, and thought, this is it. This is what it feels like to be dead. It's not that bad. There's no pain or anything, just silence. Not as bad as people make out. And then all of a sudden, I had a burning pain in my chest and I sucked a big breath and it hurt like fuck, and I knew I was alive. I was bleeding heavily from my left shoulder. My chest was killing me. And at that point, I accepted that I was going to die. And when you accept it, things get easier. But if I was going to die, I was going to die doing the best I could for the other guys. So I picked up my medical pack and I just walked the remainder of the way. I went straight to Mark, who was hammered. He'd taken by far the most direct hits. I threw a tourniquet to Andy, who, in spite of losing a leg, was still able to assist others. I told him how to apply a tourniquet to his badly injured leg. I gave Stu more morphine and I checked his tourniquet. I grabbed a bandage to try and dress the wound on Mark's chest, but the bandage was too small, so I took off my t-shirt and I packed it into the wound. His arm was barely hanging on. From just above the wrist, the inside of his bicep and tricep had been blown away. His face was damaged, his teeth partially gone, and burns down his throat. I remember Andy screaming that the morphine wasn't working. Then Mark laughing and telling me I was going to get a VC for being crazy and crossing a minefield. Time dragged on and I kept shouting, "Where's this helicopter?" 10 minutes, they said, but 10 minutes never came. It seemed like a lifetime. The pain in my chest and the blood I was losing from my arm and my shoulder, I kept wanting to pass out, but the boys kept shouting, stimulating me to keep me awake. Mark said some inspirational things. You just wouldn't believe someone with the injuries that severe could come up with it, but he did, and just to keep everybody else stimulated and awake. Dave Prosser, another young lad, spoke to me. He'd caught a bit of shrapnel on the chest earlier on. He went on about it being his birthday, so I got the boys to sing Happy Birthday, just so I could check people's levels of consciousness. And then Mark was talking about getting married to Gillian, so he talked about what it would cost, would she still recognise him, things like that. Stu Pearson was shouting that he wanted more morphine, but I'd run out of everything. Mark started to complain that he was thirsty, but I'd got nothing. The water that had been dropped in had been blown up with Andy, and I remember looking down and seeing an old bag of saline. It's not the best thing to drink, but it moistened his lips. Oh, sorry. Got rid of some of the sand and rubbish inside his mouth. So I cut the corner off, and as I poured it into his mouth, I watched it coming out the side of his neck. He saw my reaction, and I think he knew. But he didn't give in. He kept cracking on with the jokes, making inspirational comments, keeping everybody motivated. Eventually, we were told there was a helicopter coming in 10 minutes again. However, within 2 minutes, we could hear the rotor blades of a Black Hawk. There were 2 of them. Again, they flew past and round the hill. I was shouting to the guys who were in communication with them, telling them to look for the fat bloke in the blue shorts, meaning me. I started signalling to them which casualties needed to go first. The Black Hawk came in and one of the pararescue men fast roped down with a 6-foot stretcher. But everyone was shouting at him, "It's a minefield, it's a minefield." Mark grabbed my hand, saying to me, "If I die, please tell Mum, Dad and Gillian that I love them. Tell my uncle, who's a regimental sergeant major in Special Air Service, tell them I died being a good soldier and a good paratrooper." He made me promise. I told him not to be silly, that I was going to see him again, and he made me promise him that I would, and I'd see him back at Camp Bastion. As they winched him up, I remember our hands separating, and as he got up into the air, I just remember being rained on with his blood. Everyone else got taken out of the minefield. I was the last one there. I was thinking, when they lift me up, I'm going to be on a mine. I'm going to bring this helicopter down with me. But at least I knew that I'd done my best. I remember getting into the back of the Black Hawk. We just put our arms around each other and no one spoke, no one said a word. I remember a tear rolling down my cheek, tears rolling down the other boys' cheeks, but still no one said a word. We got back to the helicopter landing site and the boys all got off. I went to climb in the back of a Land Rover, and as I grabbed onto the frame to pull myself up, blood squirted out some of the little holes that I had, but nothing massive. I remember being picked up by the scruff of my neck and thrown back on the Black Hawk with this bloke shouting to the guys to take me to Bastion. I remember getting off the helicopter and getting an oxygen mask on. I was burnt, I was dirty, I was bleeding. I walked into the field hospital, and in my hand I had a T-shirt that I had pulled from the minefield. Now the wings on the T-shirt were different from what the para-regiment wore, and I knew it belonged to Alex Craig, one of my best friends and a fellow medic. I walked to the ward and I could hear Alex screaming. They were putting a chest drain into him, and I pushed them all out of the way and I gave him his T-shirt. He just threw his arms round me. I put my arms round him, and again, without saying a word, we shed a few tears. I walked across to the other ward to see Stu Pearson lying there. He was unconscious. There were tubes hanging out of him. There was a bed sheeted off, and I could hear someone shouting and screaming. So I pulled the curtain back, and it was Dave Prosser. He was shouting, "He's dead, he's dead." I said, "Who's dead?" He said, "Mark's dead." That feeling left me empty, like my whole life had just been sucked out of me. If anyone was going to die that day, it was going to be me. But it wasn't. I was alive, and Mark was dead. I'd promised him I'd see him back at Camp Bastion, and I'd failed. I'd failed my promise. I was treated for my wounds. Nothing was too serious. Someone there said it had come across the radio that a medic had died, and everyone presumed it was me. So when I walked in, they all thought they'd seen a ghost, but it was Mark who'd died. He'd gone unconscious on the Black Hawk, and they revived him. And once he was on the Chinook and the medical emergency response team, he asked if everyone was on. The doctor said yes, and he just closed his eyes. He timed his death to perfection. He made sure that everyone was saved. Mark is by far one of the most heroic men. Oh, sorry about this. I've just lost my place. I'm sorry. Mark Wright is by far one of the most heroic men I've ever served with. His determination, his selfless sacrifice, his sense of humour is what kept everybody else alive that day. As the paras say, every man is an emperor. Every man who was in Kajaki was an emperor that day, and more people should have been recognised for the service that they gave. Because of Mark's leadership and dedication and heroism, I wanted to make sure the promise I made to him that I'd see him back at Bastion. So, when the Chinook came to take Mark's coffin back to the UK, I pulled a few strings, and I managed to ride in the ambulance with his body. I remember lifting the lid of his coffin, putting my hand on his chest and thanking him. I know I probably sounded a little bit emotional telling that, but I'm not emotional thinking of the badness, the horror, or anything like that. I'm emotional because of the heroism, the dedication, brotherhood and bond that was formed that day. I thank all of them for what I witnessed, what they demonstrated, what I saw. Mark received the George Cross posthumously. For the rest of us, young boys became men, and men became legends in that minefield, and that will live with me forever. And then it just finishes that Lance Corporal Tug Hartley was also awarded the George Medal for his courage. So those were in Tug's own words. And it's really hard to read. It's not as hard as relaying the story as I was told it, though. But again, I think that's because it's more personal. So that's the story as I wanted to relate to you guys. I just think that it's just a shame that more people were not made aware of this story. And as I said right at the beginning, unfortunately, this the film about this went to DVD exactly same time that American Sniper did, and a lot of attention was diverted away from this. Now, Simples, well, you heard me before, I get choked up, and I'm really trying not to do it again. And if you hear the song that they play at the end of the film, that just brings it all home to you. It's a beautiful, beautiful song. Now, they did win, some of the soldiers did win some damages for what happened to them. And I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm just going to wait and see if there's any more comments coming in. Literally don't have enough words of gratitude. And Mrs. Mercury, I know. And the thing is, this is what goes on day in and day out, you know, in every conflict that's gone on, you know, both foreign and domestic. Our soldiers, American soldiers, troops around the world, they're just not given the praise that they should be given. They're not given the help that they should be given once they've come out of, you know, they've come out of the forces. And this, like I said, you know, who in the right mind would run through a minefield, an uncleared minefield, seeing 2 people already blown up, and yet they're still running in to help? That's just heroism at its finest, isn't it? You know, imagine, I can't even imagine Tug Hartley going across that minefield, jumping on a bag, you know, chucking his bag and then jumping on it, stepping off it, chucking it again, landing on it, stepping off it. And he did that right across the minefield to his mates. You can't even imagine that the courage that takes. You know, poor Andy Barlow, he's got his leg blown off and he's still trying to help, you know, Stu Pearson and Mark Wright, who were on the floor with him right in the middle of the minefield. It just leaves me lost for words. It really does. And these were young fellas, you know, they weren't older blokes, they weren't seasoned veterans. You know, a lot of these were young guys. And I don't know whether this story, as I said, because it just didn't, and Fingal has obviously heard of it. I'm gathering that nobody else in chat has. Was there only myself and Fingal who'd heard about this? Just want to check. Because I've got a little theory as to why. Yeah, Green Eyes didn't know it either, Simples, and I don't think Mrs. Mercury did. And probably Kathy. I think Kathy's still listening. Lady Witch is listening as well. Probably hasn't heard of this either. Yeah, Mrs. Mercury. And as I said, when I've discussed this, the only person, like I said on here, has been Fingal. Yeah, see, Lady Witch hasn't either. It's good to see you, by the way, Lady Witch. I was asking about you. Was it yesterday or It might have been yesterday. And I said, "Oh, has anybody seen anything of you? Because I've not seen you around." So I'm glad to see you. I've not been here. I was up in Scotland, so I'd not been online till yesterday. I think that this story was buried because of the embarrassment, personally, about the fact that the Secretary of Defence had fucked up. You know, that they were undermanned, they were under-equipped, they were under-supported, and then we also had all the bureaucracy that ensued, which if they had sent a Black Hawk, if the British Army actually had helicopters that were equipped with winches, that things would have been different, you know, possibly, and or actually, I'm going to say highly likely, the only casualty that way would have been Stu Hale. I mean, that couldn't be avoided. You know, he'd walked into the Wadi and he'd stepped on the first anti-personnel mine. But if NATO and Ministry of Defence even, going to go that far, had actually got the fingers out, that could have possibly been one casualty that day instead of 7. Oh, Lady Witch, had a short time in the hospital, but I'm home now and recovering. Oh my goodness, I hope you're okay. I'm not going to pry. If you want to tell us what it was, feel free to. But I'm glad to see you back. But yeah, I was a bit concerned because I hadn't seen you. But yeah, great to see you back, and I hope you are recovering well. Simple's just like everything else with the British government. I know, Simple's. But I honestly think that that's why this story got buried. It got minimal coverage. This should have been absolutely blasted across every newspaper, in the news. There should have been program after program after program made about it, and they never have. And I'll tell you what it reminds me of as well. Now, some of you may not be aware of it. I know, obviously, Lady Witch will, because it's her country. But in the UK, I know about it just because of my friends in America. One of my my friends, he is ex American serviceman, and he told me about this when it happened, so that's why I knew. But have you heard of the well, there is a film, it's called 13 Hours, The Secret Soldiers of Benghazi. And that, because that was an embarrassment to the American government, that got buried as well. And it's the same thing. If there is any embarrassment to the government, they want to hide these stories. Now, Benghazi, that was where Ambassador Chris Stevens, he died at, it was a diplomatic outpost. It wasn't actually an embassy. There was a secret, in inverted commas, CIA base in the middle of Benghazi that it was the forerunner to ISIS. They knew exactly where the CIA were. And this was they were security operatives, you know, former Navy SEALs, former Army Rangers, former Marines. They were the protection detail to the CIA. And they basically held off for 13 hours, assault after assault after assault by these militants. And it was an embarrassment to Hillary Clinton. And they had a hearing. The US Senate held a hearing, and I mean, she got slated for it. But again, it wanted to, they tried to push it under the carpet because it was an embarrassment. And I think exactly the same thing with this. I mean, those operatives, those security operatives in America, they lost their security clearance because they wanted to speak out about what had happened. And they basically lost their jobs. And these guys, you know, the three para, they were being, they couldn't speak about this. They were being told not to speak about it. It's absolutely shocking. It's absolutely shocking and appalling. So obviously, I know that this wouldn't have been the type of live that you guys would have expected from me. You know, usually we're doing a bit of light-hearted chatting. We're looking at the paranormal. We're looking at ghosts and UFOs and history and what have you. But there's just been a need. I've wanted to talk about this for quite a while. Actually, since I started doing these lives, and I was thinking, nobody's going to want to listen to this. You know, it's probably not going to be interesting to a lot of people. But like Pork Chop had said to me a few days ago, he said, cover what you want to cover. And he said, people will listen or they'll not. But, you know, if it's something you, not about this particularly, we were just talking about stuff in general, but he said, if it's something you want to cover, then cover it. And after talking about this, you know, we just happened to bring it up in conversation on Monday night with my brothers. And I thought, no, you know what, I want to talk about this. We weren't talking about this specifically. We were just talking about our mutual friend who was there as these, you know, the events unfolded that day. So I don't know if you want to just open this up for a bit of a discussion about anything and everything relating to it or unrelated. And I don't mind which way the discussion goes at all. But I just think that these guys just need recognising for what they did. So, and I wrote them all down. Well, I wrote the ranks down because I knew I'd forget them. But I'm going to go back and just give them all a shout out again. So, and right, we had Corporal Mark Wright. We had Fusilier Andy Barlow. We had Sergeant Stu Pearson, Lance Corporal Stu Hale, Lance Corporal Alex Craig, Lance Corporal Paul Hartley, that was Tug, and Dave Prosser. And do you know what? I've not written down what Dave Prosser was. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I've done that. Oh, well, hopefully you won't listen to it. Flipping heck. That's absolutely disgraceful of me. Oh, I feel really bad now. Oh, hi, Marie. Hello, everybody. Just popped in to say hello. We'll probably just nod off again. Not a problem. Not a problem. This one hasn't been my usual type of live, though, Marie. So you might not... It is relating to part of a platoon of British soldiers in Afghanistan, and they were caught in a minefield. So it does go into some detail about some injuries and what they had to face before they could get airlifted out of there. So it might not be your cup of tea. I just wanted to cover it because I knew somebody who was there. I remember him relaying this story to me before the film had come out, you know, and just seeing the emotional wreck that he was when he was trying to relay what had happened. And I've wanted to cover this for the past couple of months. So that's how we've ended up with it today. Now, Oh, sorry, Mrs. Mercury. As you said, it's disgraceful. They give their lives to protect the country and get feck all in return. I'm ashamed to say I'd never heard of it. It's Mrs. Mercury, no shame on you. The shame to me is on the Ministry of Defence, the government, and don't forget mainstream media. Nothing stopped them. It was covered a couple of, in a couple of newspapers, but not to the degree it should have been. That's where the shame should lie, because it seems to me these days that people, they feel ashamed of standing behind our military. And there's that old saying, isn't there? If you don't want to stand behind us, feel free to stand in front of us. And all I'll say is amen to that. That sounds interesting, though that was so futile, the soldiers in Afghanistan. I know, and both my brothers, they were sent over there, and they were sent over there on the back of lies, weapons of mass destruction, my arse. Hiya, Porky. Oh, Private Dave, thank you. I can't believe I didn't write Pross's rank down. Have you been here all the time, or have you just popped in? I didn't know if you'd heard the story. Well, you knew the story anyway, didn't you, babe? So, but I hope that I covered it with the sensitivity that I think it deserved. Although I am going on my rant now, but I'm entitled to. Been loitering about 15 minutes. Oh, okay. In between murderizing zomboids. Yeah, you'll have missed the worst bits anyway, but oh, Green Eyes saying he put job. Geez, how did you cope having two brothers out there? I didn't, Mrs. Mercury, I didn't, because they were both in Iraq and then Afghanistan. Iraq, I stopped buying newspapers or watching the news because I was absolutely terrified of reading anything or seeing a story that, so, because at the time it was, one soldier killed, so many injured, blah, blah, blah. Did you mention that the mines were over 30 years old? All I'd mentioned was the fact that they'd been laid by the Russians back in the 1980s when they invaded Afghanistan. And the only other thing as well was the fact that the joking that had happened when the fourth mine had gone off, when the fourth man was injured, the fact that Sergeant Stu Pearson, who was one of the guys who lost a leg, he started laughing and joking, saying that they didn't have to worry about the fourth mine now that Andy Barlow had trod on it, because the Russians used to bury them in groups of 4. So I don't know if that is a typical way to place anti-personnel mines, or if that was specific to the Russians. You may know, I don't. I mean, it's not just that as well. How many more of these unmarked landmine clusters are there throughout Afghanistan? Because they laid millions upon millions of landmines. I know in the film, they were, and this isn't, that they're saying that that this is it was an uncharted minefield. Now in the film, they were saying, oh, hang on, I'll just read Port Chop's comment. They're usually layered in patterns, as training indicates what to do when encountering mines. Other nations know what you would do. Ah, right, okay. So it's trying to preempt what your enemy is going to do when looking for them and lay them in a pattern that would cause maximum damage, I'm guessing. However, the mines were not laid with the objective of affecting NATO troops. No. It's just so sad. It's just so sad. And like I was going to say, in the film, they were because obviously Normandy and Athens, they had been that's where the Russians had also had observation points during the invasion of Afghanistan. And in the film, Corporal Mark Wright was making a comment about the fact that what were all these landmines doing down in the Wadi? Because he said, if you were up on an observation point, where are you going to lay your landmines? You're going to lay them on the approach. So why are they all down here? And he was actually thinking that they'd possibly been washed down, during floods, because the wadis, they're basically a dry riverbed. So in times of high water, rainfall, flooding, whatever, he was suspecting that these mines had washed down off higher ground. Now, that's not what I got told by my friend. He did say that it was a previously unidentified or unknown minefield. But again, it doesn't rule it out. And especially when you think that when Tug Hartley was trying to get the cannula into Stu Hale's arm, and he just made that little glance around and saw that there were just landmines all around him, some partially buried and some lying on the surface. That again would kind of, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But again, it could have been that they had been washed down. Some of them could have been washed down and some of them could have been planted there. Psychologically, the worst affected were the uninjured and mobile, as they would have been thinking about where to put their feet to avoid being the next victim. Well, that was it, Porky, because one of the bits you would have missed was, but you know the story though, don't you, about Tug with his throwing his med pack across the minefield, chucking it like 5 or 6 feet at a time, waiting to see if it detonated. And when it didn't, he then jumped onto the bag, and he did that to get across the minefield. And then when there was one detonated by Fusilier Barlow, and Tug was blown backwards, more or less knocked out when he came through, he admitted himself, he just thought, fuck it. And he picked up his med bag and he just walked across the minefield because he just couldn't give a shit anymore. He thought, I'm going to die. I'm injured. I'm in the middle of a minefield. I am going to die. And he managed to walk across this minefield with all these active landmines and wasn't injured. I mean, the odds on that. But you also had Alex Craig, the other medic. He ran through the minefield, to assist with the very first casualty and was uninjured. Every single one of the lads went through the marked safe route to put Stu Hale up onto the rocky outcrop, and they all walked back across it and remained uninjured. And the only one was Stu Pearson. He came back across the safe path, the last one to exit, and he detonated an anti-personnel mine. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? Kathy would have thought they would have detonated if they were being moved around by water. Well, maybe. And then look at the other ones that got detonated as well when the Chinook took off, when they refused to carry the injured across the minefield to the Chinook, when they were shouting fuck off to the loader on the ramp. And when that took off, the downdraft from the blades, with the wind, and then it was setting off, pebbles and little, bits of debris and little mini boulders. They all, that then started detonating mines all around them. So it didn't take a lot. And the safe route is only as safe as the mines you actually find. Well, that was it. They sent 2 lads through shoulder to shoulder down on the belt buckles, marking off the mines as they found them. But it was just, it's just sod's law, isn't it? all those lads went in both directions and nobody's injured. And then poor Stu Pearson came off, from the rocky outcrop, walked back down this route that he'd already, passed up twice and set off a mine. Hi, Frida. Hello, love. But you've got to think those lads up there, they must have felt so abandoned, because even prior to this, this was just the icing on the cake for them, wasn't it, really? Insult to injury. They've been up there, they've been, the resups were sporadic and sparse at best. They couldn't get ammunition resups. They were lucky if they got food drops. They're basically told that the only way they're ever going to get any additional ammunition is if the Taliban are basically crawling up their arses. Then they might get lucky and get an ammo drop. But, and then after that, they're then left for 4 hours in the blistering heat, screaming for Kazivacs with winches. They're sent a Chinook that detonates more landmines and injures. How many did it injure? Another 4 of them. And after 4 hours of sitting there and not being answered and not being helped, they must have felt like absolute shit, for everything that they were doing. And it really, really, it chokes me up. It gets me on the verge of tears. Foot chop. Bayonet prodding is the normal method, but they can still be missed. It's slow and methodical, and if people are bleeding to death, shortcuts are made to save time. Yeah, I mean, at the time there was only one guy. I'm saying only. There was only one guy who was injured. And these 2 lads who went shoulder to shoulder to try and plot a safe route. Apparently they were really focused, but like you said, it's only as how well hidden are they? And the ground was rock hard. It was absolutely rock hard. Mrs. Mercury, for once in my life, I just don't have the words. Well, you heard me before, as I was, when I was talking about Mark Wright when he was on the Chinook for that final ride, and I think I clawed it back quite well, but you heard me. I was really getting choked up, and it wouldn't have taken a lot for me to start blubbing, and I was determined not to, and I'm glad I didn't. But like Port Chop had said, it's the guys who were uninjured. I mean, my friend, he was one of the guys on Overwatch, and he relayed this story, and he was telling us about it and saying what happened. And he was saying about the things that were really surreal, like Tug Hartley getting everybody to sing happy birthday to Private Davy Prosser. Now, that was to check consciousness levels of everybody. But again, my friend was saying it was his actual words were, it was as surreal as fuck. He said, you've got all these lads, he said, who were basically bleeding to death lying in this wadi. Luckily, they didn't. But he said, as far as they were aware, he said, we've got all these dying comrades lying down there. He said, and they're all singing happy birthday to Davy Prosser. And he, and then he'd have a giggle, and then he'd choke up and he'd start telling me the rest of this story. And I was just like, Jesus. And I think that was what really got to me. I mean, I have heard some horrible stories, and I don't want to get too morbid, but I've heard them from my brothers, and, even my dad's told me some stories about the first Gulf War, in the early 90s. Yeah, I mean, unless we've been there, I know there are people listening tonight who have served in the forces. The rest of us, well, I'm going to do, and this is something as well that we don't do enough in this country. Americans do it, and I'm disgusted. a lot of the time with the nonchalance that people have to our, our servicemen and women and our forces veterans. When do you hear people saying thank you for your service? Thank you for your service to this country. It's very rare. I'll always try and say it, or I'll say, absolute respect to you for the job that you've done. Now, there was a couple of little bits that I hadn't mentioned. I've just remembered, actually. Alex Craig, so he was the other medic who was injured. He had the shrapnel injuries to his chest, who had to have the chest drain in. After he recovered, he then became a bomb disposal technician. He trained, and that was on the back of what he'd witnessed that day. We don't hear it over here, Mrs. Mercury. We don't hear it. Kathy, I hope the people who invent these weapons never sleep again. Put sharp, it simply doesn't happen here. We come home and get to sleep under bridges in cardboard boxes instead of being homed. Yeah. That's just what Fingal and I were saying, Pork Chop, because she was saying, the number of ex-servicemen and women who were homeless. And I mean, I know the figures. And I said, at the moment, or at the last count, it was 9,500 ex-servicemen and women who were homeless. And so much for the Forces Covenant that the government introduced. The one where if you're a Forces veteran and you're homeless, you go along to the local authority and they will give you priority for a home. I've yet to hear of a single Forces veteran who that's worked for. And I'll go one further. I can't remember which guy it was, but do you guys remember the Iranian embassy siege, or hearing about the Iranian embassy siege? And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, I think, was that the first time on British soil that the SAS had carried out anti-terrorism, an anti-terrorist operation. Frida, my dad was in the Irish Guards. He was a warrant officer and awarded the BEM medal. So proud of him. Sadly, he's no longer alive. Oh, bless him. Bless him, Frida. And all due respect, I love the Irish Guards because they have the Irish Wolfhound, don't they, as their the mascot. Put chop, I couldn't even open a bank account in the UK for 3 years as I'd been out of the country for 10 years and didn't exist. Disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Right, Green Eyes. So you remember the Iranian embassy siege. Right, now get this and tell me what you think about it, okay? So one of those SAS guys, this was, I don't know, I'm gonna say 3 years ago, maybe 4. Okay, I might be wrong. Now there was was it Rusty Thurmlin? It might have been him. I can't remember which of the SAS guys it was. However, he played a key role in the resolution of the Iranian embassy siege. Okay, hit the newspapers. He was homeless. No, that was no. Oh gosh, I can't remember what that one was. If was that to do with was that the Libyan embassy? Yvonne Fletcher. This was the one where the okay, Kathy, no problem, lovey. This was the one where the terrorists stormed the stormed the Iranian embassy and they held the people inside hostage for 6 days. There is actually a film and it's called 6 Days. Jamie Bell's in that. He stars as one, well, he's as one of the main characters. So anyway, this particular SAS officer, it hit the news that he was Libyan. Thank you, Pork Chop. I thought it was. So and you might, I don't know if you know this or not, Pork Chop, but this disgusted me beyond belief. So what had happened when the SAS retook the Libyan embassy, the Iranian embassy? So they shot all of the terrorist bar. I think there was one of them was taken prisoner. He was caught because he tried to pass himself off as one of the hostages, the sneaky little get. Anyway, so he was jailed. Now, they'd murdered people. This was terrorism at its worst or finest, whichever. Maggie Thatcher, who was the Prime Minister at the time, had said absolutely no quarters to be given to these guys. These are not, we're not going to give them any of the demands. We're not going to give in to them, because she took a hard line on terrorism, and rightly so. No love lost between me and Maggie Thatcher. I come from a working class family. However, I have to say that as far as being a true Brit and for being patriotic and for taking a hard line, give her a due. The Iron Lady, due respect. Is that his name, Pork Chop? Fauzi Najad. Basically, he was jailed, the bastard. Now, it hit the news I'm going to say 3 or 4 years ago, this SAS guy, after risking his life, and he did, and not just on one occasion either, but this was a big issue. He then hit the newspapers because he was homeless. He had no job. He had no savings. I think he'd lost his family. That's it, Bob Curry. Thank you, Bob Curry. I couldn't remember his name. I kept going to think it was Rusty, and it wasn't. It was him. Thanks, Pork Chop. I knew you'd know. He has nothing. He's got no job. He's got no house. He's nothing. That fucker, one of the terrorists, comes out of prison, claims asylum because he can't go back to his own country because, it might be at risk, of being maybe hurt. Sorry, my thought is, who gives a shit? The minute he was out of prison, he should have been put on a plane and sent back to, well, from whence he came. No, he's given a house. Oh, there you go. Pork Chop's put it there. One of the terrorists that now lives in a huge house here. Oh, yes. It's a house in London. It's worth millions. And he pays nothing. He's given money from the state. He has his rent paid for him. He's protected. He's got protected status. This is a criminal. What do you think of that? Oh, Green Eyes. She was shot in 1984. Shot fired from the Libyan embassy, resulting in an 11-day siege of the embassy. Yes, yeah. He lives there rent-free and also gets disability payments because he has a bad back. I know, do not start me off on one, Pork Chop, because I am going to go off like an Exocet missile. So as Pork Chop said, and obviously as you'll have gathered now, Porky is ex-forces. So he's run the gauntlet. He has come back from serving the country for 10 years. And actually, yeah, and I hope you don't mind me saying, he had Porky did his 10 years there and then spent another, was it 12 years on as a reserve? So we're talking 22 years in total, being at the beck and call of this country, and can't even get a fucking bank account. for 3 years because he's out of the country serving in the army. Frida, it is disgusting. Mrs. Mercury, it's fucking disgusting. Every person who has served their country deserves before anyone. Yes, they do. Porkchop, I've been fuming about this since he got out of prison. Yeah, you and me both. Mrs. Mercury, thank you, Porkchop. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Porkchop, they took my taxes and national insurance fast enough. Yeah, they will do, won't they? Absolute shite bags. I mean, I don't have to tell you. You know what my feelings are anyway, Porky, don't you? You know, we've had. I mean, I've got the ultimate respect for you. And actually, my dad had a massive smile on his face when he found it out. I was, in his words, caught in a caught in a squaddy. I'm like ex-squaddy, because yeah, anyone like him here gets immediately deported after release. They should have. They absolutely should have deported him. It's same as the terrorists. You know, all these non-nationals. You know, you commit an act of terrorism on British soil. You know, sorry, not sorry. Ta-ra. Porky, I was based in Germany. Not only did I pay UK tax and national insurance, but I had to pay some German taxes too. Yeah. And then, God, have you got me? I came on with the telling this story about the heroes in at Kajaki, and I'm going off into a full-on rant. But you know what? It needs saying. It needs saying, and I'm not going to make any apologies for this at all to anybody. I know that the majority of us in here are like-minded, but there's too much at the moment where you're not allowed to say this and you're not allowed to say that, and this might offend some and that might offend some. There's so much it's anti-forces sentiment, anti-police sentiment, and I don't agree with any of it. I don't agree with any of it. And I will happily stand behind our forces every day of the week. Every day of the week. And in that, I'm including our forces veterans. This country's going further and further down the sewer. I'm over censorship. Yeah, Green Eyes, you know what? I really don't care anymore. I don't care if people want, just because I've got an opinion. I'm going to stop now because I love my country, but the way they treat not only armed forces but British nationals in general is disgusting. It absolutely is. And there isn't anybody in here that is going to disagree with that. Frida says, Porkchop, I was an army child, lived in Germany for 2 years. My dad was stationed in Dusseldorf. Well, I think what we should do, because obviously we are all getting quite annoyed by the state of affairs. So what I think we should do is have some funny army stories or funny forces stories. So I don't know if Fried, if you have any about your dad when he was serving or growing up as an army brat. And Porky, if you've got any funny tales. Frida, lived here, there, and everywhere. Kathy, I'm not racist, but I'm pro-British. Absolutely, Kathy. I think we all are, but at the moment you're getting called racist just because you are pro-British. I do kiss. Haha, nothing I could type it. Yeah, I know some of your stories. Oh, Porky says, I think this is for Frida. I would have waved at you below a few times as I flew over you to come into land. I do, because my mum told me. Well, if you want to share any, Frida, please feel free. My dad was a bit of a bugger. He, my dad actually had a, I mean, he had a few because he did, I think he did, was it 3? Oh, I'm probably gonna tell a lie now. I'm gonna say 3. It might have been 2 tours of Northern Ireland. One of his favourite ones, and actually, apparently, it's a common thing that my dad had got into a shitload of trouble for, and this was when he was in Germany. He got in a shitload of trouble for breaking his hand, and then he always followed it up with on a military policeman's face. Always fighting. They had, I think he said the worst fight that they ever had was down at, oh, who is it? Is it the Paras who were based down at Aldershot? Or the Marines? I can't remember. It was whoever is based down. They were at Aldershot. They were doing some form of exercise. I can't remember, but they ended up in this pub in Aldershot. And from, like I said, my memory, I'm going to go with Paras. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, thanks, Paul. There you go. They ended up, there you go, I've said it again. Thank you very much. So they ended up in a pub in Aldershot, and there started to be a bit of a battle between all the hairy ass Scots and the Paras. And they were beating 7 bells out of each other. And I was like, why? And my dad went, why not? Wherever he went, there were always battles, always. And my dad, he was in the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, who then became 5th Scots. So yeah, they liked a bit of a scrap, did the Argylls. My youngest brother, he believe the Marines are based out of Portsmouth. There are Marines in Portsmouth. It's up at Butts. There are 2 Marine bases actually. One's in Old Portsmouth, and then there's the other one up on Butts Hill. And I think that because I lived in Portsmouth for a while, but there is also an army base up there. But then you've got the full-on naval base at Portsmouth as well. But yeah, my youngest brother, what's this? The kids are in Deal, but I think the main delegation is Portsmouth. It is, and I can see it's actually on a street. It's the weirdest thing because where the Royal Marines are in Portsmouth, you wouldn't know. You think there's like this huge wall on one side. It's only in this like little pokey street. There's a huge wall on one side that looks like it might be the wall round a big posh school, for example. And then on the other side of the street, there's this building, flat-fronted building, and that's the Marines base. I mean, and obviously there must be a parade ground behind it. From the outside, looks like a row house. Oh, there you go. That's just what I'm saying there. Have you been there then, Pork Chop? Why am I calling you pork chop? Porky. Or are you looking at it on a map? Because I can remember it as clear as day. Because one of my friends lived just down the other, down that street and just round a little bit in a terraced house down there. Been there briefly, but not to be a Marine. Yeah, so you know where I mean, don't you? As you come out the front of the buildings, directly opposite, there's that big tall wall, isn't there? Which I don't know what's the other side of that. I don't know whether it might be a parade ground, maybe. Not sure. I just remember the wall being there. I mean, it's a long time since I've been down there. I can't remember which regiment it was that was based up at Butser, though, which is the big hill behind and overlooking Portsmouth. It's a pity that Hippie Chick isn't here because she lives down in Southampton. Because she'd know, I'm guessing. Can't tell you what is behind the wall. The wall is there so you don't find out. But you've seen the wall, have you? I know that my friend's house, it kind of, it didn't quite overlook the wall. You could see the wall from her house, but yeah, we couldn't see over the top of it. But I do remember there were rolls of barbed wire on the top of it as well, or razor wire. I can't remember. I've seen both sides of the wall. Have you? What? Go on. What's on the other side? Please tell me. Is it aliens? I'll get that out of you in private. The other side of the bricks. Ha ha. Very funny. I often wondered if it was where, because they do the what's that? The Marines do it's like a competition, isn't it, with the guns, like the cannons, and they kind of do a race where they're dragging them or pushing them or something. So maybe they practiced on that side of the wall. Can't remember what that was called, actually, that competition that they do. I mean, it's a lovely, it's a lovely town, or it was Portsmouth. But I used to spend a lot of time in Old Portsmouth. That's it. Thank you. Royal Navy gun race. Is there anything you don't know? Oh, yeah. There's one thing you don't know. So, Frida, I'm still waiting to hear one of these stories. Army stories. Put up, no idea where I'm going in 2 weeks. It's less than 2 weeks. That's the only thing he doesn't know, just to let you know. He doesn't know where we're going a week on Monday. Frida Baxter. Remember my mum telling me the Irish Guards saying to the Germans, your knickers are stained instead of Nick for stain, meaning I don't know. Oh, or Nick for Sten. Porky'll know that one. Do you know, you just reminded me, Frida. I am going totally away from the whole army theme. However, you've just reminded me, I grew up with a lot of Polish. I think I've mentioned before to you guys. There were a lot of second and third generation Polish kids. when I was growing up, and one of them, his surname was Stankiewicz, and we used to call him Stinky Bitch. Really mean, but yeah, Stinky Bitch. And his mum was a teacher, not didn't teach us, taught somewhere else. But apparently, it wasn't just us who picked up on the similarity, because her students used to call her Stinky Bitch as well, and it wasn't a hygiene issue. German is one. It's one language that I never learned. I always thought it sounded a very angry language. No offense to anybody who may be listening who is German, but yeah, I always thought it was a very angry language. And I was telling, because obviously when I went to see my dad, and we were having a bit of a reminisce and what have you, and I was saying, I remember, it was years ago, I think, oh God, I was probably about 17, maybe, something like that. And there was a bit of a party, village party. I don't know how these lads ended up there. Oh, sorry, before I carry on, I think they stopped the gun run in 1999 because of health and safety. Are you kidding me? Health and safety issues. For fuck's sake. I mean, they used to do the races, didn't they? Getting up the mast into the crow's nest and back down again. Probably stopped that as well, haven't they? World has gone mad. Far too many broken bones and missing fingers. Yeah, no, but it was fun while they did it. I know one of my friend's brothers, they were in the, like, they'd won it, I think 2 years running. He was in the Royal Marines. My mum used to send me to the shops. Let's have a look. For £5 of potatoes. I could say it in German, but that's about it. Well, actually, I'm going to tell you a little funny tale. So I spent, that carriage weighed over a ton. I didn't pork chop. Well, I knew it was very heavy, but my friend's brother, oh God, he was built like a brick shithouse. And one of my friends, he's an ex-Royal Marine, Andrew, because I always used to think that, the Royal Marines were great big lads. Well, a lot of the time they're not tall, are they? The majority of Marines are under 6 foot, but they're bloody well packed. But yeah, they're very, very strong chaps. But yeah, Frida, just when you're going on about the potatoes, I spent a while living in Italy, and the family I was staying with at the time went to the market, and they were buying mussels for the dinner. I was telling this to Porky the other night, buying mussels for dinner. And because I was wanting to practice my Italian, I asked, could I ask the stall keeper for this half a kilo of mussels? And I asked in Italian, and the guy who was kind of running the stall looked at me with this like really blank look on his face. He was like, "What? Say it again." So I said it again, and he's sniggering, and he shouts his mate over from a nearby stall, and he's going, "Say it again." So I said it again, and then this other chap's laughing his head off, and there's more fellas getting shouted over from the different stalls to hear this English girl speaking in Italian and asking for half a kilo of mussels. And I thought I was doing really well. And I thought, are they laughing at my accent? Are they laughing at my pronunciation? What I don't understand what's going on. Are they just, trying to get me to say stuff because I'm little and blonde and you know, and they're being a bit flirty. I just didn't have a clue because I was only what 20, 20, 21 at the time. And and what I'd done was I'd got my vowels mixed up for the word. So I was asking for mezzo chilo di cazzo. What I should have been asking for was mezzo chilo di cozza. Cozza is muscles. Cazzo is cock. So I was asking for half a kilo of cock instead of half a kilo of mussels. So I bet you never made that mistake when you were asking for your £5 of potatoes in Germany, Frida. Yeah, and I didn't do it on purpose. Because I hadn't heard that word before. But you know, when you're trying to learn, and I was getting a little bit nervous, and I was trying to impress the people I was with. That didn't work out the way I thought it would. But anyway. Very simply, you know, it's easily done. Easily done. So, because obviously I think we need to I do think we need to lighten the mood a little bit because that was a very sad story that that I relayed, and then we've all got really angry about things. So I would like you guys. Oh, Carterfell, that's it. Because, well, you've just said that, pork chop. Do you remember me saying about the Bratkartoffeln? I shared that recipe with somebody in here. Was it Green Eyes or Lady Witch? It's the potatoes. It's a German dish. Yeah, that's right, Frieda. Saying that's potatoes, Kartoffeln. But I've got that. In fact, it might have even been Frieda. There's a recipe, and it's for Bratkartoffeln, and it is a German fried potato dish, and it is bloody gorgeous. Here we go. We can do our cookery section. You cut little squares. That's it. Yay! I got it right. Thank you, Porky. I said I was going to make this for you, didn't I? It's so nice. The little squares of potato, and you saute them in butter with a bit of garlic and salt and pepper. And then you throw in some smoked bacon. Obviously, cut the fat off it. We don't want the fat in there. And you toss it all together. Oh, it was somebody I gave this recipe to. Might have been on a different live. And you toss it all together, and then you put the lid on it, and it all catches on the pan, so you get the crispy bits on it. And it's so good. And you serve it with a runny fried egg on the top. And it sounds really plain, but it is bloody delicious. It's one of the nicest things I've ever had. We used to go to Germany every single year, and that was my my go-to dish. Yeah, I definitely shared a recipe with somebody. It might have even, like I said, it could have even been Lady Witch or Raven. But yeah, if ever anybody wants a good dish to make, look that up, Bratkartoffel. You don't like a runny egg, Kathy? Oh, you weirdo. You got to have an egg chucky so that you can dip your taters in it. I mean, how'd you go on if you have boiled egg and soldiers? Or do you just not? I like runny eggs so long as the white's done properly. If the white's not done and it's snotty, I can't eat the egg. But so long as the white's been cooked properly, I have to have a runny egg for a dip. Stop, I'm going to puke, sorry. Well, I suppose you don't have to do it as a runny egg then. You could just put a fried egg, however way you like it, on top of the bratkartoffeln, and it is delicious. Oh, have you all seen that Jen is going to do a little live tomorrow? She put a post up earlier saying that, she was thinking of going live. Who wants to join her? So that should be quite nice. I like Jen's live. She's so funny. Anyway, just before I got sidetracked, as I always do, has anybody else got any funny stories they want to share, like work-related stories? Yeah, I think I saw. Yeah, you'd posted as well, hadn't you, Frida? I noticed that when I nipped in. I did actually get a notification this time for Jen. Oh, I can't believe you're just sharing that. Green Eyes screenshot that recipe, pork chops lasagna. Oh, God, it is the nicest thing I've ever eaten. Well, the second nicest thing I've ever eaten. So you make lasagna, you substitute passata for chili sauce and change the bechamel sauce to chili cheese sauce, add chili cheese on top and destroy with garlic bread. I can honestly say, guys and gals, that recipe pork chop has just put in the chat is the nicest, well, second nicest thing that I have ever eaten. I'm just waiting till he offers to make it for me again. It's delicious, Green Eyes. It's something I would have never thought to make. He made that for me the very first date I had at his house when I went round for dinner. And I loved it. And he made it for me again on Christmas Eve. It's just so good. So yeah, you'll need to be screenshotting that if you like a bit of chili. So nice. I bet if your hubby likes chili, because it wasn't too hot either, Green Eyes. That was a good thing. But I bet if your hubby likes chilies, get that made for him. We'll make it for you again. Oh, will you? Oh, babe, thank you so much. Yes, please. Oh, look at that. I'm getting ruined. Thank you so much. I'll bring the garlic bread, eh? If you make that for me next week. Thanks, sweetheart. Frida, I don't know how people can eat oysters. Oh, God. My granddad, I can remember my nana every Friday used to go and buy a pint of oysters for my granddad. And his Friday, because obviously Catholics no eating meat, it was just fish on a Friday. And he would have a bottle of Guinness and a pint of oysters. And he'd sit there shucking the oysters and knocking them down his throat. Yuck. Done deal. So your two favourite things in your mouth on the same night. Absolutely, my darling. Absolutely. Oysters and cockles. Well, actually, no, hang on. What are the oysters and Guinness? Very popular here. Yeah. Pork chops at lasagna and red wine, you bunch of perverts. I've actually got a bottle of red wine. Have you got any red wine in? I've got a bottle of red wine here. I can fetch that. Yeah, they do as well, Frida. Just north of me, there is, oh God, what's it? Is it called Old Frida Pork Chop? You are very naughty. Naughty but nice. Pork chop I will have by the time you get here. Okie dokie. It's a deal. It's a deal. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just getting spoiled here. I'm smiling now because I really love that meal. It's so nice. He's a really good cook, actually. I don't know why I'm sounding so surprised, but yeah, I had cottage pie last week. He made cottage pie. That was lovely. But the lasagna wins hands down. Yeah, the oysters in Guinness. As I was going to say, just up. Anyway, time for me to act like a shepherd and get the flock out of here. All right, sweetie. Thanks so much for coming in, and thanks for your input as well. And before you go, I am going to say, as I have said to you before, but I'm going to do it very publicly because I'm in a very patriotic mood. Thank you for your service for our country. And I want more people to do that. When you come across either an ex-serviceman or woman or currently serving, please remember, thank them for what they're doing for this country and what they've done for this country. That's me lecture over with. I'll be here, but not here. Not a problem, sunshine. And if I don't speak to you later, I shall speak to you tomorrow afternoon, no doubt. Yeah, Frida, love a man that can cook. Absolutely. Frida says, pork chop, ta-ta for now. Kathy used to dig up cockles on the beach for my hubby. I can't stand them. Kathy says, pork chop, ta love. I remember as a kid going to Blackpool with, when you'd go for a family day out. And I can remember my granddad getting these little pots of cockles with a soppy gal, but you're more than welcome. I couldn't watch the hard work and sacrifices my ancestors made go to the dogs. Soppy gal. Oh my goodness. Right. You do know what gal means, don't you? It's just call me. Gowl is the Limerick word for see you next Tuesday. I'm not being soppy. I'm being, I just hope that people remember to say it. And I would like to think that when people meet my brothers, they'll thank them for the service as well. So just, basically thank goodness for people like yourselves and everybody else who's served in the armed forces. Oh, you said pork chew instead of pork chop. My son is a brilliant cook, Jamie Oliver II. Is he now? Look after that back. Oh, pork chop saying, look after that back green eyes. Stop climbing on the wardrobe. She's not climbing on the wardrobes for a little while until the husband comes back, and hopefully her back will be mended by then. Anyway, bye, Felicia's. Bye-bye, sugar. See you later. Keep listening in case you get a cursory mention at some point. Oh, and thank you, buddy, for his service as well if he's around with you tonight. Mirrorman. On my behalf. Yeah, what I was going to say, sorry, I'm going to go back to the Guinness and oysters. They do a festival at a pub. It's called, is it Old Nell's? It's up kind of Garstang way, and it's a thatched village. And I mean, they've obviously not done it the last 2 years because of the damn COVID, but they do the Guinness and Oyster Festival there. And that was really well received. But I just literally could not stomach an oyster. I mean, you see it sitting there like a greb in a shell, don't you? And I don't understand, why do people say that it's an aphrodisiac? They were saying that the actual eating of it, rather than the content, rather than whatever is in the meat stroke snot stroke whatever the oyster's made out of, that the actual eating of it is an aphrodisiac. I'm like, are you supposed to swallow the oyster whole? No chewing. Yeah, that's it. You shook it, cut the little tendony bit, the foot of, is it the foot that's attached to the shell? My granddad had this knife, and he used to, I mean, God, he used to, the way he opened the oysters, that's what I was saying, the shucking of the oysters, he'd open it, do it so quickly. But he'd obviously done this for years and years as a young man. But the knife would go in, it'd force the shell open, cut it away from the shell, and down it'd go. Sorry if anybody likes oysters, but yuck. Not for me at all, not for me. Have you tried one, Frida? I mean, there were some weird things as well. The other one he used to like was tripe. She'd get him, my nan would get him some, my granddad, she'd buy him tripe, and then he'd have that absolutely bartered in vinegar. Well, that's it, Frida, isn't it? I just think, ugh. And don't forget as well, up to the point that you cut it out of its shell, it's still alive. So you're basically eating a live snot. No, thank you. No. I mean, I'm not a lover of shellfish anyway. Mussels and things like that. Clams, no. Because no, the look of it puts me off. Lady Witch, it's something to do with the amino acids in oysters that produce serotonin and certain desires in people. Aha. Serotonin, the bonding hormone. I think I'd rather get my serotonin fixed the old-fashioned way rather than by having to eat an oyster. I think the smell of it would knock me sick anyway. But I mean, it's one of those things. I'm not allergic to it, to shellfish or anything. It's just I don't like it. The only thing that I will eat is like prawns and lobster. Oh, Marie loves oysters. Oh, sorry, Marie. I didn't mean to put you off them. Night, night, lovey. Sleep well. I'm glad you managed to stay awake for a bit, though. As I said, we've got onto our food type of bit. Lady Witch, still don't feel romantic trying to swallow snot. Sorry. No, I know. It's not up there with my list of things to do either. I'd rather swallow chocolate. I can think of much better things. Even a string of spaghetti. Kathy, me neither, Lady Witch. We'll be too busy being sick. Yeah, Frida saying, Marie, nighty night, you are brave. It's acquired taste, have to admit. I think, Marie, with me, I think it was just watching, as a little girl and watching my granddad, eating them and hearing it, because he used to slurp them. You'd hear him kind of go. And I think it was my granddad who put me off bananas, because he'd never eat a banana when it was ripe. He had to eat them overly ripe. So if they got bananas, he'd, if there was a bunch of bananas, my granddad had put a couple and he'd stick them on the window ledge for a day or two until the skin started to go black. So the banana was mushy. Then he'd eat them. I think he just obviously liked the taste, because I can imagine that being quite a slimy sensation as well with an overripe banana. But yeah, for anybody else, if you obviously not Mrs. Mercury, although I suppose you could do it with corn mince, but I can, because with you being a vegetarian, but I can thoroughly recommend that recipe that Porky put into the chat, the lasagna. It really is nice. And there goes the dog again. You good boy. You good boy. Come here. Come here. We are we're going away from, well, it's kind of food related. So you all heard that when I was saying last night that while Porky was looking after Cooper for me when I went up to see my dad. Oh, by the way, sorry, I forgot to tell you guys this. All being well, my dad's going to be allowed home tomorrow. Overripe bananas are revolting. I personally think they are only good for banana bread. I just couldn't eat one anyway. They just looked so vile. But yeah, it's another thing that I've been put off eating. But yeah, just remembered then I meant to tell you guys at first, but I wanted to get my story out of the way. Another thing I don't like, offal. It's awful. Yeah, awful. It's awful, awfully awful. No, I don't either. The only thing I'll do with offal is feed it to the dog. But I do know that Green Eyes likes she likes liver. It's like when you go the chippy and you get a steak and kidney pudding. Why? Just do steak pudding. What's wrong with just steak and gravy in a pudding? Why does there have to be kidney in it as well? Thank you, Frida. Yeah, I'm glad as well. And obviously our Peter's on leave, so he's going to get to stay with him for a few more days. Like I said, this is down to him being, given the all clear tomorrow when they come round and do the walk round the ward. So yeah, he's looking forward to getting home, I think. Well, they're probably looking forward to getting rid of him because he's a cantankerous old get. He really is a crabby bugger. So please, your dad is improving. I am really out of it now. Oh my God, I love kidney. Oh God, no. We're going through all the things you don't like, Marie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I really do think that one night we need to do like a cookery live, don't we? And just go through all our favourite recipes. Have all of you submitted one to Bam's cookery book yet? I know that if Green Eyes is still here, or Lady Witch, if you know, how's she doing for recipe? I sent one recipe over, which was my cheese and onion pie. I tried to keep it vegetarian friendly. But I know at the time Green Eyes had said mine was the only recipe that had gone through. But I know, Frida, you were thinking of sending recipes over, weren't you? Oh, still here, was just popping some washing it. Oh, sorry, chicken. Oh, that was it, your Irish soda bread recipe. I bet Bam will make that as well, you know, because she'll be missing that, won't she? Not received any emails yet. Oh, were they going to you as well, Green Eyes? Because I sent mine through to Bam, but she did send me a reply saying thank you. I should send a Porky's lasagna recipe though, but oh god, that is good. Easy and cheap, yeah. I mean, one of my favourites, I don't know if anybody's tried Cullen skink. It's this smoked fish soup, which might not sound nice, but oh god, it's good. I suppose it's it's similar, not the same as. Ah, right, Green Eyes, okie dokie, lovely. It's similar to chowder, but it's not. There's no sweet corn in it and there's no clams in it, obviously. But you make it's potato and onion and smoked haddock or cod, I suppose, but I made it with smoked haddock. And milk and or cream. And it's so good. But every Scottish family have their own version. Thought a skink was a lizard. It might be. It might be. But that's just the cottage. That's just the Scottish name for it, Cullen skink. Yeah, and every Scottish family have their own variation of it, and every Scottish family think that their recipe is the absolute best. And you've got to serve it with homemade crusty bread covered in real butter to have a dunk. Just see if I've missed anything. I'm sure I missed some comments earlier up here. If you bear with me a second, guys. Because there was something, I saw it and I thought, oh, I need to comment on that. And then I got kind of sidetracked, as I always do. Ooh. Oh, no, I think I'm quite up to date. Oh, skink means soup. I use oh God, what's it called? Allison's bread, Kathy. Couldn't think of the name of it then. Flour. I like their strong bread flour. But there was, I don't know if it was their own brand or not. I can't remember the brand of it, but I picked one up from Aldi, which was a strong bread flour. And actually, that was quite nice. But I do like Allison's. Was it a little lizard as well, though, Lady Witch? I was commenting on there was there's a channel that I watched. Does anybody it's quite a funny guy. I like listening to him. Oh, Just got a bread maker and it seems to be really bland. Which one, which bread flour have you been making, Kathy? I mean, and the other thing as well, though, don't forget, because you can jazz your bread mix up a bit, which I do quite a lot. Yeah, that's why I was a little appalled. Thought the Scots were souping up lizards. Well, you know, we'll eat anything when times are hard. Sainsbury's own brand strong flour. Yeah, Allinson's bread flour is nice. But you know, you don't have to use the bread flour. You can just use ordinary flour if you want to. And also, I mean, Lady Witch and Green Eyes and myself have, and I think, somebody else tried it. Got to try and think who it was now. Oh, there you go. Green Eyes is just on about it. The no need bread. Interested in foraging, was watching a guy on YouTube who forages, but I always worry in case a dog has peed on the plants. Well, I have always wanted Frida to be able to forage mushrooms, but again, I mean, it's very dangerous, isn't it? Unless you know exactly what you're looking for, you could end up in A&E or the ground if you eat the wrong one. Have you tried the tiger bread yet, Green Eyes? I'm going to guess no. Do you know, I hadn't even noticed. Oh God, I'd poisoned myself. Yeah, that I had booked on to go on. There was a foraging lesson, like a foraging course for about 3 or 4 hours in a forest not far from where I live. And we'd booked on it, me and two of my friends, just before the first lockdown hit. We were due to go because you had to book in advance, and we were due to go at the back end of the summer 2020. And then obviously when lockdown hit, then they cancelled everything. As it turned out, lockdown had been lifted by the time this foraging trip would have been going on, but it was too late to restart it. Wait until John's home. There's too much for me on my own. Well, you could cut down the recipe and just make some buns or a baton. Oh, imagine that. A tiger bread baton fresh out of the oven, smeared in butter so it's melted in, and something delicious on it, like, I reckon, smoked cheese and a bit of ham would be lovely. I bet Lady Witch knows about foraging. I do as well, Frida. You just get... In fact, do you know who else I would have thought? And she's probably going to say not a chance. I would have thought Green Eyes would have been a bit of a forager on the quiet. I forage for fruit because there's like damsons. There's quite a lot of hazelnuts grow around here as well. So forage for damsons, hazelnuts, sloes as well, blackthorn. I've got some sloe gin doing in the cupboard at the moment. Plums, there are quite a lot, like the ancient wild plums, which they call bullace. They grow around here as well. So the back end of the summer, August going into September, if you can beat the birds to them. Yes, as well, Frida. Yeah, wild garlic, that grows down here quite a lot as well. I forage, but not for food. Corned beef and tomato on a toasted panini, yummy. Oh, I've not had corned beef for ages. Oh, tatty hash. Proper corned beef hash. Now, do you know what, Kathy? Here's one for you. Now, you probably call it scouse. Lobby. Well, I grew up calling it lobbies. Or in Liverpool, some call it lobscouse. And my friend's mum, if she's making lobbies, she puts corned beef in it as well. So as well as the lamb off the bone, the leftovers, she bungs corned beef in it as well. Now, I wasn't fussed on it because I was used to just having, lobbies made just with the leftovers of lamb and your potatoes and your carrot and your onion. So yeah, I don't know if you make that or not. But mum puts corned beef in everything. If she makes a hot pot, she sticks a bit of corned beef in it as well as the meat and the potatoes and the onion. But I suppose it's just what you've grown up used to, isn't it? Corned beef hash, oh my God, I've not had that for years. Yeah, it's lamb for me too, Kathy. Now, what do you call it? Do you call it scouse or lobscouse or lobbies? Because here again, here's another Nordic link for you. Lobscouse comes from lapskaus, which was, the Norwegian sailors who used to come into the docks at Liverpool. And it was what they used to eat on board the ship. And obviously the recipes got shared with the sailors, and they got shared on the Liverpool docks, and the lapskaus became lobscouse, and then it just became scouse in Liverpool, but called lobbies further inland by the Woolly-backs. My kids love corned beef stew. Still request it. It's if you can make it right, Frida, it's lovely, isn't it? I've had a lot of very watery versions, not with lamb. Don't like. Oh, right, okay. Oh, I love lamb, but my nan used to make it. We always had lamb on Sunday. It never varied. We never had chicken. We never had beef. Never had pork. Always had lamb, and she'd get a big leg, and then whatever was left over still attached to the bone with all the lamb on it would just get bunged into a big pot. And that was then boiled up with potatoes and onions and carrots. And that was our lobbies. Lamb's my favourite meat ever. I still think my favourite thing to cook, though, is a lamb roast. Oh, sausage scouse. Hey, I'll tell you what, though, Kathy. Now, Frida subs to this lady as well, and I know that Lady Witch has watched her. I don't know if Green Eyes has. There's a channel on here called What's for Tea. If you're not already watching her, give her a sub. She's a Scottish lady. She's based on, is it the Isle of Arran, Frida? I think. She makes some great stuff. She makes like hamburger stew and casserole and things like that. And it's good old-fashioned cooking, economical cooking as well. And she does like meals of the week. So she shows you her food hauls, and then she basically tells you what she's going to make for a family. I think they're a family of 4. So she shows you what they're going to make, and she's got some cracking recipes on there. So yeah, she's well worth a watch if you haven't watched her already. Thoroughly recommend that channel. She does some good giveaways as well occasionally. Skinless sausage. Do you just buy the sausage meat then and bung it in? It is Frida, plain cooking, but very good. It is. The only thing of hers that I messed up was when she was making butter tablet. Oh, and I just couldn't be doing it anymore. I overboiled the damn stuff and I wrecked one of my pans. I can't believe as well. I should have done it in. I've got a Prestige copper bottomed, like a stainless steel pan, and I should have used that, and I didn't. I used one of my Le Creuset and I've wrecked it. So I've been looking online to see if there are any ways to get blackened, burned on stains out of a Le Creuset pan. Oh, Richmond skinless. Oh, okay. Is that your favourite thing to make, Kathy? I think my favourite thing, if I was going to get onto what I really love making, there are two things. I do a version of carbonara that I learnt to make when I was living in Italy, and I make it way too creamy and way too cheesy, if there can be such a thing. And then the other thing I really like making is my version of a Greek stew. And I do that with shoulder of lamb, and I cook it until it's just collapsing off the bone. Because it just shows you that you can have a successful channel on YouTube without ever showing your face. I know. I mean, I don't want to ever go like live. That's why I just stick my photos up. I thought you can see what I look like. You know it's me. But I think I'd be too conscious if I was actually talking live on a screen. Kathy, no, I would live on pasta or salad. Oh, what's that for, Green Eyes? Salt and vinegar. Leave it to soak after bringing to the boil. What we're leaving to soak? I think I've missed something there and I can't see it, Green Eyes. Lady Witch, have you tried peroxide? Make a paste with baking soda, rub it. Oh God, sorry. I realised then he's telling me how to get the shit off me Le Creuset. Oh, I haven't tried peroxide because the older Le Creuset pans, they've got that pale. I've tried Coke, Kathy, and it didn't work. Yeah, Green. Sorry, I was thinking I'd missed that you were telling somebody to how to make something. I've tried baking soda, white vinegar, and lemon juice. That hasn't got it off. I've not tried peroxide though. I'll take a photo of it and I'll send it to you, Green, as you can see what I've done to it. I was absolutely gutted. And I don't use those pans very often, because I try to take care of them. Because I can't afford to replace them. I mean, I had to replace 3 of them. Get this. So when I was living with my ex, when we split up, and he was just an arsehole. So I just left with the clothes I just piled all my clothes in the car, put my dogs in the car, was wearing what I was stood up in, and I left. And then realised I'd left something, as you're trying to make a point. I was like, oh shit, I've left my painting there. I've an oil painting, and odds and sods. And over the years, I'd been probably bought a piece or 2 every year. So I had a load of Le Creuset pans and like lasagna dishes and Dutch oven, all sorts of stuff, and it was worth hundreds. Now, he could burn water. He couldn't cook to save his life. And it wasn't an act just to make sure I did it. He literally could not cook to save his life. And when I went back to get my things, he gave me half of my Le Creuset pans. Surprisingly, he couldn't find, the casserole dishes and the Dutch oven and lasagna pots, But yeah, he gave me half my pans back because he's like, well, it was half hours. I'm like, no, it actually wasn't because I kind of bought them all. But if it's going to make you feel happy, bastard, keep them. So yeah, I kind of replaced them. But yeah, I can't justify spending that kind of money on pans anymore. Yeah, absolutely they are. But I mean, they're cast iron, aren't they? You know, and they are meant to last. The only thing I have done though, I was gutted when I moved house here. I've got the Le Creuset wooden stand for them, so they're on my side in the kitchen here. And I was carrying them in out of the removals van on the front when I moved into this house, and I dropped the lid of one and the flipping handle. You know, they've got the little round black. They were the ones with they're not plastic. I forget what. It's a special name for them, isn't it? The round handle on the top of one of the flipping pans, and it landed on the floor and just shattered. I was so pissed off. I suppose I could probably, maybe if I looked on eBay to get one because they just screw on, but I've never got round to it. I just have the lid turned with the broken bit facing away from the display stand. Because I'm cheap like that. Oh, you thought she was giving a recipe, Frida? Got carbon and steel frying pans. They're great. Well, actually, Green Eyes, do you know, I need to ask him what it is. Porky has got a frying pan and it's bloody amazing. It doesn't matter what you burn onto it, you just give it a quick wipe and it all comes off. Whenever I buy non-stick pans, they're never non-stick. They end up with some shite stuck to them. But this one of his is, I love it. Absolutely love it. Has anyone tried, the stone ones you can get? It's like speckled and they're supposed to be stone frying pans or woks you can get as well. I saw those and I was thinking, oh, I might have a go at those. But I'll be honest with you, I cannot fault the stainless steel copper bottom prestige pans that I've got. Can't fault those at all. I've not had anything stick in those, and I have burned stuff on those, believe you me. You put a stew in the oven and you forget all about it. I've never had a problem getting those clean. Never had to use a scouring, a Brillo pad or anything on them either. But again, I mean, they're really expensive now, aren't they? The one thing I really would like to treat myself to at some point would be some proper, a proper set of chef's knives. I'd probably end up severing a few fingers, but I would really like a proper set. Don't buy non-stick, too much shit in the non-stick pan. Non-stick part. Well, didn't they, was it Teflon? There was something about non-stick, wasn't there? And they said that they were, because they don't sell them in the UK anymore, this particular type of pan, because the coating in them was supposed to be carcinogenic. The pink stuff paste, very good for getting stains off everything. Just use dry kitchen towel. Pink stuff's very cheap. It is. It's only about £1 for a tub, isn't it, that paste? I've got copper bottom ones. I've had them about 25 years. Yeah, I've had this a few years, this prestige pan, Green Eyes. It's really, really good. Well, I got told that pink stuff paste is really good for getting, the black mildew. I've not tried it yet, but I mean, it's not that bad in my kitchen, but I've been told that it's very good for getting, the black mold off the grouting in your bathroom on tiles. I don't know if you've tried it on that. Yeah, Green Eyes. Yeah, that's what I was told. It's carcinogenic. So yeah, I know they took them all off the market, and there was a thing out telling people if you had pan, was it anything older than 20? God, I'm trying to think now. Was it 2013, 14, something like that? anything older than that, you were advised to chuck them because of the carcinogens in the non-stick coating. I wouldn't have, I'll be honest with you, I didn't have any anyway, but I wouldn't have known that. I never read it anywhere. It was my friend who was telling me. I think it was year before last. Well, it was during the lockdown, and she said, "Oh, I'm going to have a big sort out of my kitchen while I can't go to work," because she was on furlough. So she'd spent this day getting everything out of her kitchen cupboards and going through, her pans and what she had and plates and her crockery, cutlery, all sorts of stuff. And she said, I'm just going to get rid of things I don't need and things that I'm not using. So some stuff she was going to throw away, and others she said, as and when the shops reopen, and she said, I'll go to the charity shop with all my extra. And it was her who said, "Oh, I didn't realise how much non-stick stuff I've got in. I've had to throw it away." And I was like, "Why?" So yeah, I hadn't heard that. I didn't have a clue. So I guess if I hadn't got a clue, there'll be quite a few people as well who hadn't heard. Astonish mold spray is very good for mold, etc. Just let it soak in, then scrub off, and that's cheap to buy. Well, I saw an advertisement. I don't know if any of you've seen it. Occasionally you get them popping up online when you're looking at different channels, and they come up with these ads in the middle. And it's this mold stuff. I think it's something like Mold Magic, I think. That's in a pink and white. It's a bit like the pink stuff packaging, but it isn't pink stuff. And it just shows you kind of spray it on, and then you just get a cloth and wipe it off, and it leaves the grouting looking immaculate. But somebody told me, I think it might have been one of my brothers actually, had told me that the reason that you get that black, I don't know if it's true, the reason you get that black mold developing in certain spots on your grouting is because when, the tilers are doing it, a lot of the time, if they've got a bit of a rough bit of grouting, they lick the finger to smooth it out. And it's the bacteria on the saliva that ends up in the grouting. Like I said, not sure if that's true, but that's what I got told. So does anybody know what Nuff Nuff's good stuff is that's been happening today? Or is that going to be a surprise for us all tomorrow? I'm guessing that if she's in a good mood, there's going to be a lot of giggling going on, which will be nice to hear. I'm a little bit out of the loop with everything that's been going on in YouTube world at the moment. I'm not getting notifications. That's the first one I've had. I didn't know last night until I was closing the live down. I think there were only 3 of us left in chat. And Simples had said, she said, oh, if you're going then, she said, I'll see if Bam's still live. And I went, you what? I said, I didn't even know she was live. I did get a notification once again. Obviously, I was going offline anyway. I was still tired after my manic trip to Scotland and back. Hi, bedtime clown. How are you doing? Frozen in Texas? You not. I thought Texas was a lovely warm spot to live in. Have you got snow and ice? I know that Danny After Dark was saying they'd had a shitload of snow the other day. Oh, Frida says, I didn't know Bam was on last night. I didn't get a notification either. What is going on? I'm getting really peed off. Oh, bedtime. 23 degrees, snow and ice. No, what's 23 degrees in English? Kathy gets notifications halfway through streams. I'm going to have to work out that now. There's a way of doing that, isn't there? Working out what Fahrenheit and Celsius. Cooper, don't start barking, mate, please. -5, apparently. I've just, I didn't work it out myself. Cooper, please don't bark. I didn't work it out myself. I did actually, my tablet's still got a bit of charge in it from yesterday, so I just had a look. So yeah, -5. So that is quite cold. That's actually colder than us bedtime. Gosh, well, you and Voodoo, what are you going to do about going out on the porch for a smoke? You're going to freeze? Hiya, Helen. How are you, my love? Nice to see you. I mean, they're saying that we're supposed to be expecting snow. I think they said there's going to be a temperature drop over the weekend. And I've got an engineer now coming to once again have a look at the damn heating tomorrow. Because as you all know, midstream last night, it stopped working. Bedtime, well, we have a covered patio and a heater out. Oh, that's okay then. Kathy says, hi, everyone just coming in. Have you met, Kathy, have you met Bedtime Clown and Helen Happy Thoughts? Just in case you've not, Helen, Kathy is another lass from the Wirral. And Bedtime and Voodoo Queen are our friends from Texas. Oh, you're all right so long as the power stays on. Well, I had my heating, as you'll know, from November, this has been going on and on and on, and the engineer's been out and sorted it, and then they came out and sorted it, and then it broke again, and then came out and sorted it and broke. So last Monday, came out, drained the system, it worked until yesterday. So I have royally kicked off once again. And I had a call from a lovely engineer before who is going to come tomorrow and sort it out. Oh, Helen's, no way, small world. Absolutely. Yeah, when Kathy joined us and I'm saying, oh gosh, I said you're taking over because and I did mention, I said there's Helen Happy Thoughts originally from the Wirral, there's Linda Parsons, and there's Blue Rose. I think Linda's in, oh gosh, is she in Bromborough? I think. I'm sure it's Bromborough. It's one of the two. It's either Bromborough or Babington, and I'm going to go for Bromborough. Hopefully, Frida, this will be all the snow we get. Oh, do you reckon? Oh, sorry. I missed Frida's thing. Mild here in Northern Ireland for a change. We haven't had a bad winter so far. Did both the storms miss you there then, Frida? Yeah, Helen, did you not know? Oh, I thought you knew that, love. Yeah, Linda Parsons and Blue Rose, and now we've got Kathy as well, and obviously your good self. So, yeah, I said I think out of everybody, I think the Wirral lot, you've taken over my channel. There's the most from one place. Oh my God, it's such a small place. That's so bizarre. Isn't it just? And as well, considering the Wirral's a small place and I'm such a small channel, And yet there's 4 mods, all from the Wirral, and probably all within, I bet you've all come within a scant few miles of each other. Frida, yeah, just a bit breezy, but no storms. There were still, when I was up there at my dad, well, up Inverness, then at my dad's, there was still up in Scotland, not there luckily, but there was still, I think, about 16,000 homes without power. You can get anywhere in the world in 20 minutes. Yeah, you can do. Absolutely, you can. I think Kathy had been watching for a while and hadn't joined in, and I'm really glad that she did, because then we were like, "Oh yeah, you'll know this one and this one," and yeah. So you outnumber us all. It's like the 6 degrees of separation, isn't it? I'm still waiting for somebody to crop up in chat who knows somebody that I know. Well, obviously, apart from Mirrorman and Porky, because they kind of know each other, but. We've just been talking about Nuff Nuff's live tomorrow as well, that she sounds in a very happy mood. So we're all looking forward to going in there, because no doubt there'll be some Jenny giggles. And you can't beat listening to Jen laugh to cheer you up. Well, I'll definitely be there. Frida's going to be there. I reckon Green Eyes, Lady Witch, probably. Bedtime, if he's seen it in Voodoo. Yeah, it'll be good. Do you know what she's doing? Is she doing just her chatting Helen, or do you think she's going to have a quiz, or just an open panel, or is it going to be a big surprise? Is it going to be a Nobbington? I don't know. She just said, who fancies alive? Who wants to join me? Fried, loving this channel, no drama, brilliant. Do you know what? I genuinely can't be arsed with drama anymore. Once you're away from it, you realise how much you don't miss it. I mean, tonight we had a bit of drama, but not that kind of drama. Just a salty update and a Gab and open panel. Won't be a Nobbington. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I'm looking forward to hearing how Salty's doing. I hope she's okay. I think last week was great. Oh, do you know if she heard her bedtime songs for her? I know you told her, didn't you? Just wondered if she'd actually listened. They were really good. I really enjoyed that last week. I'll let Jen update. I'm not stealing a thunder. Not a problem, Helen. Not a problem at all. Oh God, I know. I didn't realise how tired I was of AD and all the other shite going on. Do you know what always makes me laugh? When an American says shite. Good on you. We're anglicising you. Shite and shizzle. Yeah, I genuinely don't care anymore. I couldn't care if the old fucker spouted wheels out of his arse and rolled off the edge of the world. Oh, thank you, Hel. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Because I know you were really nervous, weren't you, bedtime clown, until you got into your stride. I did as well, Frida. I enjoyed it. I think we should put a request in at some point. Do you know what I loved? I don't know what anybody else thought. It was brilliant, Helen. I loved it when he was playing and we could hear Voodoo in the background going, woo, and go on, baby. I thought that was excellent. It was so good hearing her giving you support. So yeah, that was giving me a real yeah, absolutely he was, Helen. He was great. It really was. No, we all mean it. We all mean it. I think we should book you again. One of those for one night only, and let you do a little rendition. We'll say, come up, sing the song of your choice, or just play. Frida Kiss, yes, Voodoo was brilliant too. She always is. She always is. But I love that because you can hear. I'm gonna go all mushy now. It's when you can hear the love in somebody's voice. If do you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but I could hear, when he's going, oh, I'm really, she's going, no, you're not, baby, you're doing great. And then go on and woo and yay. And I just thought that was so nice. Yeah. Bedtime, that's what it's all about, isn't it? She encourages you. But it was lovely. And please tell, I know she's not here at the moment, but please tell her that made listening to it for me as well. Helen, happy thoughts. I've been here for over 3 years and I haven't watched AD for over 6 months. Can't do it anymore. And I don't miss the drama shite at all. No. Yeah, and I agree with Frida. Me too. Not missing it. It was lovely to hear Voodoo supporting. Yeah, there you go. It was one of the nicest things. But do you know what? That's what I like about this. And again, I'm not using the word community. Sorry, the dog's having a huff and a puff. It's what I like about this little corner of YouTube and the people who are in it. Everyone is so kind. Everyone is so supportive. There's none of this fake shizzle, is there? There's none of this blowing smoke up somebody's arse and then turning around and sniggering about them behind the backs. And that's what I like. It wasn't a case of people. I'm not saying it doesn't happen it does happen on YouTube, but that there would have been certain channels going, say me, for example. I know that I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I know that we can't all be, but it'd be like me saying, right, I'm going to come up with my guitar and I'm going to sing a song for Salty. And there'd be some channels who don't like me going, oh, brilliant. Yeah, come on up, Jax. Let's have a, yeah, play your songs on here. Whoa, you're doing really good. This is brilliant. While sending private messages going, have you heard how shit she is? What a gobshite. Oh, ha, let's have her up on here just so she can make a show of herself. And there are people who would do that. But on here, this channel and in this, everybody's channels who come in it, Nuff, Bam, and whatever, and who else's channels, and Bedtimes, and who've I missed off? Oh, and like Salties as well, and just nobody would do that. Everybody's so genuine because they really, really enjoyed, and it's about supporting your friends. And I know we're all dotted all over the globe, but we are. I think we are. We have got friendships. Helen, I'm still stuck on the fact there's loads of people from the tiny peninsula of Wirral in this community. I had no idea. Better be careful what I say. Okay, I said, Helen, we might have sat on a bus together. You might have. Kathy makes some wonderful things as well, Helen. It's like jewellery. And what else was it you made, Kathy? You were telling us. And I don't want to do you a disservice by not saying everything that you make. It's when you both say which school you went to and you go, oh my God, I went there. And then you throw out the name of the most well-known person in your year at school, and the other one goes, oh my God, I knew her or him. I've done that on, yeah. I remember you said you didn't do the paper craft. Yeah, Frida, were you not in that night? And Kathy was telling. I'm sure you were because you mentioned the pendant that she's got as a photograph. Or was that? Oh, actually, no. It might have been Simple's meerkat. Because we were talking about knitting and crocheting and whatnot, weren't we? You have to think about why we were all here in the first place, because we all saw an injustice. We all were victim advocates in our own way, like attracts like, all good people with big hearts. Do you know what? That is getting pinned on my screen, Helen, because never a truer word was spoken. I always forget I can post, I can highlight comments. I'm sorry if I've missed off anybody's really interesting and wonderful comments. Kathy, you probably live next door to me. Well, you'll both be now thinking, do I know a neighbour called Helen? Do I know a neighbour called Kathy? No, I just like, I can honestly say there's nobody in our little corner of YouTube that I don't like. You know, all you guys who I bump into on other channels and we have a laugh and you go on different lives. Oh, I'll tell you, can I do a little bit of gossip? My next door neighbour is called Kathy. And Kathy says, my best mate is called Helen. Dun, dun, dun. Frida, Kathy, I'm crap at crafting. Always admire anyone who can craft. I'm better at cooking. I know, and I still need to sort out getting your steak and Guinness pie recipe. Or was it steak and Guinness stew? Oh, God, my brain. I'm absolutely garbage. So what I'm wondering is, seeing as how it's -5 in Texas, Kathy, I'm better at burning pans. Yeah, welcome to my world. Got a lovely Bert Le Creuset here that I can probably give you a run for it for your money. As it's normally warm in Texas, I'm guessing. Do you have suitable winter clothing handy, both of you? Just want to make sure you've both got jumpers and... All I know is I wish Green Eyes was in open forum on Craigslist. That would be hilarious. Hilarious even. I gathered what hilarious is, unless I thought maybe there's a hula contest going on. Now, why would it be hilarious? Would it be because of her straight talking self? Or how quick she is with the comebacks? Do you still go on there then, bedtime? Well, actually, while I'm waiting for reply on that one. So at least we all know then, for anybody who didn't read Helen Happy Thoughts comments about going into Nuff Nuff's live tomorrow. So there's going to be an update on Salty. So if you can, get over to Nuff Nuff's tomorrow. Lady Witch Green Eyes is very quick-witted. Yeah, and you're not so bad yourself. You came up actually, Kathy. That's what I did. All the Brits were saying we thought Craigslist was just like pre-loved. We didn't realise that it had forums on it. It was bedtime was educating us. but yeah, Lady Witch, we were talking, I think it was a few days ago. I don't know if it was at weekend. And we're on about people and you know, giving complete and utter serves to people and putting them in the place. And I was saying that you come back at people so politely but so scathingly that they've been beheaded and the head's rolling on the floor before they've realised that you've stopped smiling at them. You just deliver it so quickly. It's brilliant. And yeah, green eyes. I think the funniest people and I'm not, no disrespect to anybody else, but some of the people with the funniest comebacks I've ever seen have been Green Eyes, Sheila, Lady Witch, Sharon, and Bedtime Clown. Oh, and Voodoo. Actually, I've seen Voodoo come out with a couple as well. I thought people could pump themselves. Do you mean pimp? Pump themselves out on Craigslist? I have no clue. Craigslist has forums, and yes, Green Eyes would troll the fuck out of those losers. Hey, maybe we should do it for a laugh one night, bedtime. Tell us all where to go, and we'll do a mass exodus from this channel and all go on to Craigslist and troll the fuck out of people if we're really bored. Oh, so let's say, oh yeah, for sure. We're in Dallas, so January and February are the coldest months. I'm wearing thermals with Sherpa pants, a long sleeve shirt, and a thermal flannel with a hood. Oh, Frida says, yep, bless you. Layers are the best. I thought you meant pimp. I was a bit unsure at first because obviously pump is the northern word for flatulence. I was thinking about that story we heard on here. I think that was Frida who mentioned it, wasn't it? About the woman who was selling her own. She was bottling trumps and selling them. Actually, I am gonna say something now. It's slightly drama, but not. But maybe it is a little bit. So somebody whose channel we don't go to anymore, that we were all mods for and now we're not. Yeah. There was, I was just whizzing through the tubes and I saw that that person was alive and I haven't been in there. I saw the title, I thought, oh, this might be interesting. And I wasn't interested in listening, but I kind of opened the chat up. And just as I did, there was a sub in there calling the mods to task and saying that, you know, would it hurt to actually say hello to people when they come in, because that's a mod's job. And and I must admit, I had a little giggle to myself thinking, yeah, because you know what did we all used to do? We greeted everybody. It really does show, doesn't it? I thought, yeah, enjoy yourself. Anyway, that was just my little tiny bit of gossipy stroke, touching on the drama and leaving it right there. But yeah, you get what you pay for. Anyway, Lady Witch, I keep telling people there's a market for anything. There absolutely is. There's a bloke on here, films himself farting in a jar and sells them. Really, Kathy? Green eyes, old twatty bollocks, you mean? Yeah. Hey, well, I didn't know about this drama. Yeah, Helen, the person who, without mentioning any names, the person who kind of had a right go and got Jen all upset over the whole solicitor thing. because she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I'm going to leave that there. Well, their channel, because we were all mods on there and we all got booted. But we were all incredibly friendly, so it was quite funny seeing somebody actually pulling the mods up saying you don't say hello to anybody. So has that answered who you were? The name begins with a D. D for Dick. Bedtime client. Oh, I got a better one. Bilby asking last week if she could post Salty's PayPal. Dot told her no, and that Salty had enough support. I thought, wow, you greedy. No way. That's it, Lady Witch. She's giving you the clue there, Helen. The clue is in Lady Witch's comment. See, you're so clever. That sucks, that bedtime clown. Oh God, she who does no research and spreads misinformation all over the place. Good. Yes, that's the one, Helen. And also, Bilby telling me that one day I'll see how Bam is. What do you mean about how? Oh, right, I'm with you. Sorry, I thought. Do you know I misread that then, bedtime clown? I thought you meant mean because what we say over here is if I were to say like, oh, I'll see how bedtime clown is, it means to see how you are, how you're doing, how you're getting on. So that's how I read that as I understand what you mean now. Sorry, hon. Greenhouse, talking about drama, our favourite Tasmanian pisshead is about to get herself a brand new arsehole tour. Oh, oh, come on, share it. Give it a share. Give it a share. Because we're not doing drama, we aren't doing drama. We're just like having a little giggle about how things turn out. And like I said, I don't watch any of these channels. I just happened to click on that one and did have a giggle. Not only that, we did it on Salty's last live. But what's her name? Fate Lawyer. Said some absolute BS about me, Shell, Jen, Carrie and Susie. She couldn't have been more wrong if she tried. I need to make a PSA, FYI, etc. Green Eyes is not Ange. LOL. Yeah. Made a video threatening Ange Wallace last night and says Ange Wallace is green. No way. Ugh. Because obviously you sound exactly like Ange Wallace, don't you? Ange Wallace with her Australian accent and Green Eyes with her by gum, I come from Oldham accent. That was actually a really shit Oldham accent, wasn't it? But anyway. That's actually on a par with something that that would come out with, isn't it? Totally ridiculous. Neither it. What's just out of curiosity? Is that another channel or another person? I don't know that name. Bedtime Clown. See, like I said, I've not been watching any of these. Fair enough. I wasn't in England, was I? So I wasn't coming online or anything like that. Big mistake either. I'm not the person to fuck with either. Well, actually, you ain't wrong. Claire, that live. It was like 18 hours. Oh, that's... So just out of curiosity... Oh, hang on. Right, I'm totally lost now. Claire, that live, it was like 18 hours. So is that who this just out of curiosity is? Have I got it wrong? So why is she picking on you then, Green Eyes? And I'm actually gonna, there we go. Just in case you're having a nosy. He's losing support all over the place. It's hilarious to watch her implode. I only see bits, but it's amusing to see. Do you know what? I just can't see the point of being that angry all the time. No, that was Bill who was going after me. Oh, okay, bedtime clown. Sorry. See, I'm a bit of a Martian. Especially this week. And just pissed her off. Yeah, but I mean, what have you ever done to her? Well, you know, other than what the rest of us have done and said, like, you know, you're a knob. Pissed her off, Dorothy's, and she thinks it's me. Well, do you know, my nan used to say, you know what Thought did? Followed a shit cart and thought it was a wedding. There you have it. This is what hits in the tinnies at the minute you open your eyes in the morning does for you. You're not exactly functioning particularly well. I honestly don't miss any of that. I miss none of it. Because I'll be honest with you, Greenhouse, I think it was her who was, you know, when you could still see the thumb down on videos, and I'd posted my, not even like anything like this. They were just my, no, I've got it's my vape, Helen. There you go. I don't know if you could hear it whistling. No, I've done over a month now. My last cigarette was just before midnight. Well, actually, it was probably, I lit it just before midnight on New Year's Eve, and I probably was still smoking it till about 5 past midnight. Because I was puffing, because it was a roll up, I was puffing away in it, and then was like, ah, fuck. Oh, well, never mind, I'll finish it off. But that's the last time that I smoked. I didn't even have one. I was actually really pleased with myself because obviously, yeah. No, I won't be going back. I'll tell you for why, Helen. I don't know if you may know. I don't know if bedtime knows or not. Obviously, I had to make a mad dash up. I had to get a flight on Monday up to Inverness to go and see my dad because he's in hospital. He is going to be coming out tomorrow, but it's a bit of an emergency. Flew up there with one of my brothers. Porky had to look after Cooper for me. I had to leave the horse with somebody else. Flew up there to see my dad. Now, one of my youngest brother was already there. So me and my eldest brother flew together. Both my brothers are in the army and both of them smoke like chimneys. And obviously I was as stressed as hell. I've got my vape with me. We went to see my dad in the hospital and went back to my dad's house to stay there at Mallaig. And those two got rat-arsed drunk off his whiskey and sat there smoking like chimneys. And although I did keep kind of doing the bit of the passive smoking thing, I didn't, and this is on my dog's life, I did not have a single drag or even was tempted. Well, no, I was tempted, but I didn't ask for a drag on a fag or a fag. I know Porky had said, you know, because I said at the time on Sunday when I was really stressed out, God, I really feel like having a smoke. And he went, well, if you do, have one. And I went, no, I'm not. And I didn't. So I was really proud of myself. It was hard, though, because they both looked like they were really enjoying a cigarette. Oh, sorry, bedtime clown, I missed yours. Also, Lady Witch may know, I've got recent screenshots of Gump's granny admitting she made the name to make fun of Forrest, and today she accused wee Lisa of being the one that circulated his pics. Do you know what? I, what? I was going to say why, but I'm not even going to. I just can't understand why. And I mean, that baby, do you know what I mean? He's a little gem. He's got the cutest, Bam sent me a couple of photographs of him. Obviously, whenever she sent me photos, and I do this with anybody, if anybody ever sends me photographs of themselves, I delete them. The minute I've seen them, I delete them. And then there's never, I mean, I was sending her screenshots going, see, you can see I've deleted the photo. She's like, God, no, I trust you. That baby is a little darling, is as cute as a button. Why would anybody think to download his pictures and share them with people just for nefarious reasons? It's just wrong. I know there are some messed up people on the internet, but why? Just why? Absolute maniacs. Oh, enjoy your fag, Kathy. Have one for me, as I usually say. Oh no, I hope it's okay, Kiss. The vape getting better. It defo does get better. I still love the smell of cigs when someone's smoking, but it knocks me sick when somebody smells of stale cigs now. Yeah, he is okay. He'd had a heart attack, Helen. But I was I was actually doing a live on Sunday night, and I got the text from my brother. So these guys were in the chat, and I just had a bit of a meltdown. Anyway, had to cut the live short. I was a gibbering wreck. Porky rang me up straight away, and he got my head sorted out. And then my brother sorted us flights out for the next day, so we flew up on Monday. And then I got back to my house yesterday after picking Koopy Doopy up from Porky. And I came live last night to finish off the live that I'd had to abruptly end on Sunday. So I've been told that my dad, all being well, when the doctors have checked him on the rounds tomorrow, he should be allowed to go home tomorrow. So thank you for asking. But yeah, it is getting better. I go through fits and starts of it. Sometimes I'm dragging like buggery on it. And then other times I just forget and I leave it and I don't touch it for a couple of hours. Yeah, he is bedtime clown, poor little mite. The fuck is wrong with people messing with kids? Oh, is Lisa back? Oh, you mean the do you mean Lisa the boring Irish one? That one? Oh, it used to make me laugh when Bam was taking her off. She took her off to a tea, didn't she? I used to piss myself laughing. Yeah, oh, thank you, Helen. Yeah, he's all right. We knew he was all right when he was telling us all to get to fuck because we'd gone up there. It was nice on the first night, and then the next day, it was we're like, stay hard, get yourselves to fuck. So like, yeah, he's getting better now. I don't know. I did a video earlier, and GG, which goes by Raven now, was in the comments. Oh. Do you know what? I mean, she's got some nerve as well. I swear, if I had caused that kind of shizzle with people on here, and do you know what I mean? If you've been caught out for being such a lie teller or such a troublemaker, I just wouldn't. Maybe it's just me, but I just wouldn't have the faith. I'd have to leave that particular platform. I wouldn't even come back with a fake ID because I wouldn't want to see what people were saying about me for being such a shitbag. But yeah, that's just me. But then again, I wouldn't be such a shitbag. I can't go there with that person, know too much and haven't said a word publicly and never will, but can I engage when talking about that person? Not a problem, Helen. I know what you mean. But again, that's showing your integrity though, isn't it? You know, we've had this conversation, you know, I've had it with other people. If I have a private conversation with somebody and they divulge something to me, and that's been told to me in confidence, it doesn't matter what happens between me and said person in the future. It doesn't matter if we've become mortal enemies at some point in the future. What's been said to me in confidence, that'll go to the grave with me. Unless they say, you can make that public, I would never divulge. Like I said, even for my worst enemy. Don't get me wrong, if they piss me off enough and they were talking shit about me, I might go, you know what? Watch your mouth, because you don't seem to remember what I know about you. But that would be the only reason I would be saying it. It wouldn't be to divulge anything, just a little bit of, you know, check yourself. You know, for most of us on here, um, well, I can only speak for myself, but I do know from, you know, getting to know people and people's characters, you know, you've got to have a certain amount of integrity. And if there's one thing that I pride myself on, it's that I can be trusted. You know, you could, yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of people talking about how people can't trust other people, and yet they're the ones who are about as untrustworthy as they come. So cheeks are the same arse, as they say. Oh, dirty delete. Oh, well, let them crack on with it. It's just been really nice not listening to any of it. And because you're not listening to one, like Helen said before, you know, 6 months she's not listened to anything of shitloads. I don't even like saying his initials, but she's not listened to anything of that. And you find that not listening, because when you do listen to it, other things come up in your recommendations, don't they? So you get other channels that are either slating him or getting drama, or and then those channels don't get on with each other, and so it's a constant, you know, it's like catch-22. You can't get away from it. So that's why I've enjoyed just literally stepping back from everything, because nothing's coming up in my notifications anymore. I just don't see it. Yeah, you're right, Frida. You're absolutely right yourself. Loads of hypocrites. Life's way too short. You know, it's far better being a nice person and being a good person, you know, helping people out, being kind, trying to be nice, trying to be fun, you know, without it being at the expense of anybody else. That's much more rewarding than just being a bit of a harpy and screaming about people and making fibs up about people. Me, Jen, Susie, Carrie, and Shirley know so much about one another. We have become real life friends as a group. When people say you can't trust people on here, it's BS. This community is full of good people. It is. It is. And you know what? You know what I found, Helen? I think the people, it's like, you know, the people who say you can't trust anybody. That's a bit like the cheating spouse, you know, who the husband or the wife or the boyfriend or the girlfriend who is doing the cheating, who, because of having a guilty conscience, blame their partner and start accusing their partner who actually isn't doing anything wrong. And I find that is kind of the same with people who say you can't trust this, you can't do that. It's just because of their, you know, their own guilty consciences. Lady Witch says there's far too much sharing of personal private information in this community. Sharing says more about the person than it does about the person being discussed. Show they can't be trusted, period. Yeah. Yeah, there's no need for it, Lady Witch. No need for it. You tend to be drawn to the most like-minded people. So if you're a good person, you'll find good people. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, it's like positive thoughts, isn't it, Helen? And just look at your name, Helen Happy Thoughts. You know, you have happy thoughts and happiness comes to you. It's like we were doing the power of positive energy for Green Eyes last week. You know, if everybody thinks positively and thinks healing thoughts, then healing thoughts are what comes your way. I don't want to be around trouble and trouble and strife, for want of a better word. I get great pleasure in listening to like the likes of Nuff Nuff. When she gets on and she's talking about her trips and she's giggling and she's talking about her dogs, and then she tells some of the funny tales. And like when you were on the live-a-thon last weekend and they were playing you know, when Nuff Nuff had about 3 screens open and she was echoing and couldn't get them off, and Shirley had to come up on her live just to tell her how to close the other ones down. I mean, that was absolutely hilarious. And then with was it Lizzie? Oh, that was funny. Who'd had the car crash, and she was sky high on the painkillers. I mean, they're the type of things that I like. You know, they're funny. It's good, innocent humour. All the drama just drags you down. It does, Frida. It absolutely does. Oh, The Secret, a must read. Oh, I haven't read that. Who's that by, Helen? Bedtime Cloud, that's true too. I used to be a really negative person. I didn't think I had a choice. Yeah, and if you're surrounded by negativity as well, though, Bedtime Clown, you're never going to get yourself out of that rut that you're in, are you? I had to do it in real life last year. And there was somebody, and I just felt like the life was getting sucked out of me. And this was a girl in this village, and I don't want to be too awful, but she was definitely. I mean, I know the word's thrown around a lot, but she was definitely a malignant narcissist. But I didn't realise this at the time because I just tried to get on with people, and I knew that she was quite lonely. She didn't have a lot of friends. Born and bred in this village, but didn't have a lot of friends. So I started dog walking with her, and at first it was all right, and then the real her started to creep out, and I could feel myself going from what I'm usually like, which is quite jolly, you know, and I smile a lot, and I'm very rarely miserable, very rarely sad, and I could feel myself getting. She was just leeching the soul out of me. It was depressing, and I suddenly decided at the beginning of June last year, you know what? I actually don't want this. It's not even a friendship. So I'm just going to walk away from this. And I did have to put up with the, you know, when you walk away from a narcissist in whatever capacity that may be, that you will then, you know, they will start to attack you and try and badmouth you, and you just don't react. And that's what I did. Just didn't react. I didn't let on. I didn't answer. I just literally cut all ties. And from the moment I did that, everything changed in my life. And I'm not being dramatic in, you know, in that respect, because obviously I've not got the negativity around me anymore. And once that negativity had gone and I was back to being positive Jacks and happy Jacks and, you know, looking forward to life Jacks, everything started to change. You know, and now I cannot tell you, I couldn't tell you the last time I've been this happy and content in my life. And that's because I'm just surrounded by positivity and people who make me feel good and who I hope I make feel good. You know, it's give and take. Can't all be take. Bedtime Clown. Plus listening to actual lawyers on YouTube about copyright law, criminal law, etc., instead of listening to people that have no idea what they're talking about, helped a lot. Yeah. Frida Kiss drama channels just sniping at each other. I know, and it like you say, it wears you down, doesn't it? The Secret by Rhonda Byrne, Law of Attraction. Oh, I'll have a look at that. That sounds like it will be a good read, Helen. Supposed real life soap operas. Yeah, it's all scripted. You do get that impression, don't you, bedtime sometimes? Drama just seems to fall at the feet of some people, and it always goes the same type of a way with the same type of an outcome and the same type of people. It's like these it's like YouTube's version of crisis actors, isn't it? So yeah, other than discussing it occasionally when we're doing here, and we'll talk a little bit about things that have gone on, because it's not really affecting us to a certain degree. But I'm just enjoying it not being there. Having said that, if our green eyes needs any backup, we'll be there. Same as for anybody else. That's one good thing I like about you guys. The minute you see a person in trouble, everybody's there. Yes, they always get more views with drama, unfortunately. Interview Room is a great channel. I've not watched that, Helen. Is that Chris, what's his name, McDonald or McConnell or something, whatever his name is? If it is, I watched it kind of right at the beginning. I tell you who I love watching though, Ken Mains. His channel is called Unsolved No More. Oh, he's good. Yeah, but you know it, Green Eyes. Just as you'd be in there, if you saw anybody in this channel getting shit somewhere else and you were in there, you just wouldn't be having it. Ah, right, yeah. I haven't, like I said, I watched it right at the beginning with the Summer Wells stuff. And then I veered off. I think it was just the Summer Wells thing wasn't really floating my boat. And I don't mean that in a horrible way. It just, there were too many people getting involved and too many opinions and too many channels and not really any answers. So that's why I started going over watching Ken Mains on Unsolved No More. He's a real cold case detective. And I really like his channel. It's the same as the other one I like as well. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I like Duty Ron. You know, the ex-NYPD officer. Bedham Klein, Helen Happy Thoughts. I haven't watched him in a while. I don't know what it is that puts me off about him. I only watch him on that case, and I believe he knows what's happened. Green Eyes. Oh, I'll have a look at him. Unsolved No More. Yeah, he's really good. Unsolved No More, and his name is Ken Mains. He's really good, and he covers different cases every week. And some of these are cases that he's actually worked on. I mean, he also looked at things like the John Bonet Ramsey case. He looked at the Watts case. You know, and he gave it from his perspective as to what he would have done, you know, going in as a detective and how he would have worked the case and what he would have looked at. And then obviously looking at it from a cold case perspective. Obviously the Watts case, he was just looking at that as a, you know, from an investigative perspective. But yeah, some of the cold cases he looks at, they're brilliant. He's really good. And it makes me laugh as well, because, you know, he'll get trolls in his chat. and he'll say, because he always has his cup of coffee, his nice strong coffee with him, and he'll take a sip and he'll go, somebody didn't like the fact that I'm, I saw a comment the other day, somebody doesn't like the fact that I kind of drink coffee when I'm telling you about the cold case. And he takes a sip and he'll go, fuck you. It's my channel. I'll do what I want. It's my coffee. I'll have a drink when I feel like it. He does it with humour though, but yeah, he's really good green eyes. I like Gray Hughes and Stephanie Harlow. She's done a brilliant video on Natalie Wood. Yes, I like Stephanie Harlow. I've not watched Gray Hughes though, Frida, but I have watched Stephanie Harlow. Helen Happy Thoughts. I look at him too. Oh, the Ramsey case. I've been balls deep in that one for years. I missed my calling. Shouldn't be a teacher. Yes. Well, I think you'd enjoy his perspective on things, Helen, because the way he looks at some stuff. I mean, I did comment. He pinned one of my comments once. I was really flattered because I said I'm really enjoying watching your stuff because I think I'm looking at things objectively, and then you hear a real cold case detective and what they would look at, and I think, shit, I never even thought of that. Haven't watched Duty Run since last summer. I did, however, like when those two went up against AD last year. Yes, that was great. Bedtime Clown. I like Stephanie Harlow too, but not Gray Hughes. He gets on my tits. Oh, who's Nuff Nuff's Dream Man Green Eyes? Duty Run. Must watch. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's where you meant Gray Hughes. I remember that. The Dyatlov case. That's where you mentioned it. I knew I'd heard his name. I still think I've got to get you all watching Dogman Encounters. Vic Cundiff. Obviously not Green Eyes because she's wussy. Oh, Gray Hughes is Nuff Nuff's ideal man. Oh yeah, yeah, gets on your tits. I'm trying to think what would the American equivalent be? Oh, have you been watching it, Lady Witch? What do you think about it? If you do a search and you put God, what's his name? I think it's Brad. If you put Dogman Encounters Brad, they are the I think it's Brad. Oh God, I'm doubting myself now. They're the ones. You remember the very first story that I told everybody about? It's like Marmite, you either love him or hate him, and Frida loves him. Oh, Helen Happy Thoughts. She had a sexy dream about him, but he's not attractive. She doesn't fancy him, and now she can't watch him because she's embarrassed. Pain in the dick. Yeah, yeah, that'll be it. Or, well, yeah, irritating. It just means you really, but it's more than irritated. If you say somebody gets right, because I'd say, God, they really annoy me. But if I say, God, they get right on me tits, it's kind of gone one step further. Grates my ass. It's kind of like fingernails on a chalkboard, that degree of irritation. Get right on me tits. And also, and if it's really bad, you'll pick one. You'll go like, he gets on my left tit or he gets on my right tit. Grind your gears. That, yeah, that's a more polite version. Bedtime. Well, I've missed this about Nuff's sexy dream. Defo divides people. I just think he's really rude. Oh well, I'll have a listen to him, and I might. I can give my opinion then. Thing is, I've got all these recommendations of books and people to watch on lives. that I'm running out of time to do them. Trying to think of something. There's somebody else now, Lady Witch. You might be interested in this. It's called Norse Magic and Beliefs. I don't know if you've seen that channel. Helen says, Green Eyes, you should have heard her voice clips when she woke up. She was mortified. It was hilarious. Oh, she needs to share those with us all. And we'll definitely have to give a shit later bedtime clown. Someone went on his panel and told him, oh, did the Green Eyes? It's a crime. Oh, yes, Helen. It's her name, is it Linda? The lady up in Canada. I like her. I watched her right from the beginning. I remember her very, very first upload. That's it. Yeah, Linda. Yeah, I like her. Because I remember she used to have the, well, she probably still has it, doesn't she? The board behind her showing her subs. Yeah, well, wasn't that very first one that she did? It was about the thinking that she saw NK as well, wasn't it? We are the same person. I know, Helen, it is. And I thought that Hippie Chick was my evil twin. Yeah, because we both had we started and finished our online gaming, or rather our gaming experience with Crash Bandicoot, didn't we, Helen? Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of the true crime ones I won't watch. Again, I'm not going to mention any names. I know Helen knows one of them. I'm trying to think how to say it without giving it away too much. A Parent Who Walks. I won't watch that channel. That's my clue. Who else don't I watch anymore? There was a few that, and I know it's like, that's so old school and tame, isn't it? Bedtime clown. Gosh, I've been hammering this vape. I'm just going to have to fill it up. So you're going to have to bear with me a second while I put some more juice in my vape. Sounds quite rude, that, doesn't it? Just juice me vape up. Where have you gone? Yeah, I remember you saying that as well, Helen. No, I just find some people incredibly rude, and that one is one of them. I'm trying to think. There was another channel that were quite big. Give us a few names of some true crime channel. Like I said, I wasn't. It was only when I first started. I became aware of that particular case. And my friend had been watching Shitlord and said, "Oh, I found this channel," because obviously she didn't know any better. And I watched him for all of half an hour, and then rang her up, and I just went, "He's absolutely full of shite." So then I started looking around for other channels that were covering that particular case, which is then, in a rather circuitous route, how I found all of you guys. Because obviously the different channels you're looking at, you're getting different things in your recommendations. And I found Nuff Nuff's channel, so I joined in with Nobbington, and then obviously found Bam's channel and joined in there, and then Salty's channel and joined in there. That's one toxic place to be, and my God, narcissism isn't the word. Do you know what? Never a truer word spoken in jest there, Helen. Let's go in and stroke your ego. No, fuck that. If I want to stroke anything, I'll stroke my dog. If you want your ego stroking, look elsewhere. Now, you guys, me wondering, parent who walks. Yes, the channel name, Bedtime Clown. The giraffe. Oh, who's the giraffe? I don't know who you mean by the giraffe. I know, I'm the same, Helen. I'm like, who the fuck is a giraffe? So if, obviously in America, if you've got two parents, you've got a daddy and you've got that's the channel Helen and I are talking about. And oh, Gannon Stouch case coming up soon. That case makes me so sad. Oh, no, Bedtime Clown. No, I know you mean now by the giraffe. I know what you mean. Have you worked it out yet, Helen? No. Let me have a think, Bedtime Clown. Think about heavy use on the eyeliner. Voodoo will know. Yeah, do you know, she was, Helen. But I really like Linda's manner. Do you remember when she booted Chicken Lady out of a chat? I don't know if any of you were watching it. I was in there that night. Well, I haven't got a clue, but I imagine a giraffe walking dogs. Okay, Helen, think about it took me a while till he mentioned the walking the dogs, the walking the dog. Somebody with a rather long neck. Oh, bedtime. Think about it. You've got two parents. What would, in America, what would you call, if you were a little kid, what would you call the female parent? I don't know any other way to give you a clue. Cryptic's a bit, actually, it's a bit like give us a clue, isn't it? It's a bit like a game show. Let's see who we can slag off without actually ever naming them, so there's no comeback. Although, to be honest, I don't care. If you want to name people, I really don't mind. I just don't want to cause anybody else any trouble. Do you know there's an awful lot of people who are incredibly pointless, Helen? To be fair, I'm probably one of them. No, Helen, the giraffe supposedly ran over somebody recently. The other woman's initials would be M-A-D. I don't know who that one is. M-A-D. I've got no idea who you're talking about there, bedtime. Helen, somebody who a mad giraffe ran someone over. What? Actually, now I'm wondering if I've got the right person, bedtime. Does the giraffe... Sorry if you can hear stirring. I forgot to mute myself. I'm making myself a brew. Bedtime's trying to tell us somebody. Oh my God, I've just stood on a slug. Oh, Christ, I've got a slug in my kitchen. Oh, and I've trod on it. Oh, God, I'm going to be sick. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's gopping, that is. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of the same person as you, Helen. I'm thinking of a... she had... this person had a... Was it a cyclist screaming through the car door at her? Oh no, I didn't know. I don't know who Michelle After Dark is. Bedtime clown. Greenhouse says, "Ah, got it. Bedtime or fit a crack." Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I can't figure it out. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, that's who I was thinking. Yeah, slug green eyes. I thought it was too late in the damn year for slugs. I think it's come from under my sink. Ugh, these old cottages, nightmare. Ugh, I feel all gippy now. Right, bedtime clown. I'm gonna have to try. Okay, I think I know. I didn't see it, but everyone was laughing at her over it. Right, gotta give bedtime clown a clue now on the channel that Helen and I won't watch. So, I don't watch anymore. Okay, so who's the original person we were talking about? Okay, so the original person we were talking about, bedtime clown, is a female parent. I can't be any clearer with this one. If you're a little kid in America, you'd call your female parent this. And it begins with an M. Okay? And think of the different words that you'd use for walking around aimlessly. Wears too much eyeliner. I think she's probably moved a bed into her kitchen by now. Oh yeah, Helen's just put cries. If you can't get it off all those clues, bedtime clown, hang your head in shame and fuck off. I'm only joking. Don't fuck off. Yes, bedtime clown. That's another word for walking around aimlessly. Husband fell downstairs unalive. Professional victim. Frida, I think they think that I'm flipping Dr. Pissing Doolittle. God, bedtime. It's only taken you half an hour. I forgot about that, Kathy. Oh, I don't know about that lady which held a conversation with a recording. What? Oh, do you know what we should have? Do you know what would have given it away if we'd have said it straight away? Got swatted. I miss this. I miss this conversation with a recorder. Coop, be quiet, mate. Be quiet. Good boy. I need details of this one because I'm totally in the dark. Can decoupage for shit. Yes, yeah, jinx you, Helen. All the best. Glitter bomb recipient who called it terrorism. Did she get glitter bombed? Oh gosh, that's funny. Bloody hell, glitter bombing. People go to extremes, don't they? Glittergate. Be quiet. Be quiet. Why the child porn never reported? Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, she's one unfortunate person. If all of this happens to one person, they are so unfortunate. You just told her to go to bed. I mean, you know, things like, you just think sometimes glitter could have blinded her. Oh, God. You know, oh, call the FBI about a glitter bomb. Oh, God almighty. Okay, what, turtle? Oh, right. I've got to say now, where have I been? Maybe, is it just because I don't watch The Woman, or have I just been living on the planet Mars forever? Killing a turtle? Fuck's sake. Some people are just maniacs. It's like, it's a bit like a form of hypochondria, isn't it? You know what? I'm not being funny, but if somebody sent me a glitter bomb, yeah, I might come on, but I'd be just saying, I'd come on live and go, all right, you dumb fuck. It's just taken me like 17 hours to hoover glitter up, and the fucking stuff is still stuck everywhere. It's up the crack of my arse. It's in my hair. My dog's covered in it and looks like he's off to a disco. But I wouldn't call the police and go, I've been glitter bombed. Somebody's committed terrorism on me. Or is it just that, you know, we're not quite as dramatic over here in the UK? I don't know. Lady Witch, she looked up the company online that sent it and discovered the glitter bomb box may have contained penis-shaped candy. What? Turtlegate. Do you know why now have I got, and Green Eyes, you should remember this. You mentioned Turtlegate, and I'm now thinking of the Matt Lads. Do you remember their song Turtle's Head? If ever anybody mentions her now, I'm going to start singing that. Turtle's head, hanging down me leg. Turtle's head, hanging down me leg. God. Hi, Paul. How are you doing this evening, or whatever time it is? Is it afternoon where you are? It is. What time are we here? Oh, it's midnight here in the UK. Did anyone see the live she did when she lost her shit about that Sally Ann and we're like a lunatic? No. Oh, hang on. Sally Ann, was she the British woman? Was she the one who she got up on panel and was blaming her for not stopping something in a chat or something? She a crafter? I know there was one, and that was what I thought, you nasty bastard, and I stopped watching her. Because whoever it was, when this lady, she'd been doing nothing but slating, with giving it all the tears and bullying, and this lady got up, and like I said, she was a British lady. She got up on the panel and she was saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so sorry. You know, I was a bit like me. I can't watch the chat all the time when I'm doing a live. Ah, right, Helen. Okay, yeah. Well, I saw that, and then when she found out she was wrong, so this was the cut off for me. So she then, at this point, realised that Sally Ann one had said, blah blah blah. I didn't know. I'm really sorry. She was upset. Never once did that one apologise to her and go, all right, I was wrong. I've obviously misunderstood. Yes, I was upset, but let's call it. She just carried on because obviously, Cooper, stop. She carried on because obviously it was better to get more attention, wasn't it? And I was watching those super chats rolling in. Natasha Cooper telling us she needed her cobwebs down below blowing out. Yes, Frida. Yes, they do. If you can call it that. Didn't even open it. Hey, it's not it. No, we don't think it's you, Kathy. Love, you're all right. We know you're from the Wirral girl, and we know that you don't do paper crafts. Helen, that was the funniest thing I've ever heard. No, she didn't. Scared of the glittery penises. No, I never thought about Kathy either, Frida. Yeah, she's turned out to be a complete drama llama as well. Oh, for God's sake. Are you guys talking about Emma B? That lady tries too hard to look like Alice Cooper. Yeah, you're right, Paul. They're just telling me about all the dramas that have occurred around here that I've missed. I didn't know about Turtlegate or Glittergate or what was the other one? Nearly Blinded Gate and Penis Gate. What other gates has she had? And Crafting Gate. Can't decoupage for shit gate. Oh, while you're here, Paul, how's your sister getting on? How are things going? Because I've not seen you for a little while. I think the last time I spoke to you, you were going. She had an appointment, didn't she? And she was going to go and see the doctor. So I can imagine her with one of those handheld metal detectors, swiping it over her post every morning. I mean, now we are going into the realms of tinfoil hat wearers, aren't we? Paul, someone called her Momo, and I will never be able to unsee it. What? 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 I don't get that. Is that an American joke, lady? Which, sorry, I don't understand that. Someone called her Momo, and I will never be able to unsee it. Not good news, sir. Oh, Paul, I am sorry, love. Oh, well, you know, I'll send her all my prayers. I'll send her all my prayers. And so long as we stay positive. But yeah, you let her know there's people all over the world praying for her, love. Hang on. Then she had the worst cooties in the world and streamed from ED, all while shouting at Jimmy. What's cooties, Green Eyes? Oh, I've got to Google Momo. Do it now and you'll... Right, hang on. Momo was a weird Japanese puppet horror thing a few years ago. Watched one of her lives when she was driving a car. She was like a maniac. Oh, yeah, Green Eyes. Sorry to hear that, Paul. Sorry, Paul. Oh, praying for you. Thanks, bedtime clown. Oh, yeah, we'll all send prayers for her. It does work. It does work. Oh, thank you, Lady Witch. Deergate when she run over the deer while streaming. Oh, did she? Did she stop and help it? C word, conservatives? Oh, go on, you can say. Do you mean the see you next... Is that what Cootie is? See you next Tuesday? Thank you, Kathy. Oh, you let her know, Paul. Everyone in here is praying for her. That video gave me bad nerves. Oh, I'm glad I just kind of didn't want to watch any more of it. Still never seen her run the deer over. I'm genuinely concerned about the deer. Did she kill it? Or did she stop to help it? I mean, I know they can be a pest in certain places, you know, and they jump out they're like kamikazes and they jump out in front of... Did she scream down the phone? Okay, right. I thought you meant she had a bad foo-foo. Jimmy, get the gun. Is that what she was saying, Ellen? Oh, man. Oh, the poor thing, though. Having said that, I was up at my dad. Oh, I used to have a Land Rover Discovery, and I had a red deer came across the road in front of me, and I did clip it with my front corner. You should have seen the damn damage it did to the car. Anyway, this thing fecked off, went into the side, and I'm thinking, oh, that I'm going to have to go and look for it. I mean, it was a bloody big red deer. And I went back to my dad's, and he did come out, and I must admit, because the land was his friend's land where the deer ran onto, so my dad knew he'd be okay, and he did come back with his shotgun, just in case, but there was no sign of it, and there was no blood on my car either. So my dad said he said he'd probably just given it a really sore arse, because he reckoned where I'd glanced it was probably with its, you know, like its big meaty thigh. We don't know. She never checked. Only concerned about the car. Selfish cow. Oh, thanks, Fried, for sending positive thoughts and prayers for Paul's sister. Screaming at Jimmy while he was still under the effects of anaesthetic. What? Oh, this is like a soap opera on steroids. She said it on loads of lives. That wasn't anything to do with the deer. She just used to shout, Jimmy, get the gun, when the imaginary murderers were at the... Oh. Do you know, it doesn't make me feel quite as paranoid when I've been talking about my demon in the house. When I hear shit like this. I bet the police groan when they get a phone call, don't they? I just couldn't be like that, could you? Ringing the police every 2 minutes about anything. Somebody looks at you sideways, I'm ringing the police and I'm making a report. Somebody called your house and gives you a prank call, I'm ringing the police and making a report. And BHT Boston makes some hilarious videos about. Oh, I don't know that channel, Green Eyes. I just think it's all melodramatic, over the top. But it was the police that left the penis glitter bomb. Yeah. I've seen some of those. Have you seen the videos, when they've been trying to catch porch pirates? And they leave that guy who made the glitter bombs, and then they've got a camera in them, and it films people when they pick them up, and they think they're thieving a parcel, and they get them home, and it just explodes the glitter. They're really funny. Direct line to the sheriff and FBI. I'm kidding you not now, Green Eyes. When I was telling everybody about those awful neighbours that we used to have, and I had to get an harassment notice served on them. They were so bad. There was like the husband, wife, and crazy son. The mother was the worst one. But I was really apologetic ringing the police up every time, because they'd said every time something happens, ring us, quote your crime reference, like your number, and tell us, just so that we can keep the files updated. And I used to ring up and go, I'm really sorry about this, but I've been asked to ring and this has happened. And I did leave it for quite a while because I just didn't want to pester the police. I'm thinking they've got better shit to do than worry about neighbours that are in conflict, and worry about, somebody letting the tyres down on my car, and worrying about, things going missing out of my garden, which in the grand scheme of things are quite trivial. Yes, they were getting me down, but I felt like a right crank, having to report this to the police because they wanted to, to have a file basically before they went to this family. Don't understand how she doesn't see she's a laughing stock. They blocked her number. That is why she has to make so many trips to the building. Well, the thing is, though, you do that over here. I don't know about the police, but government offices, if you have somebody like that who is constantly badgering you, they end up getting classified as persistent complainers. And they are then dealt with in a completely different way to other members of the public who just ring up with, a one-off complaint or a one-off inquiry. Yeah, complete nutcase. Yeah. The thing is, though, Green Eyes, she won't see that she's a laughing stock, will she? Because I do think there's an element of narcissism there as well. Oh God, Helen, you've just done it again. Complete narcissist. Him, she, you, me, singing from. Drama sells, gets more views, etc. Of course it does. Of course it does, Frida. I just find it quite, look, everybody's in here and they're all laughing because it's ridiculous. I think sometimes you just need to take a step back from your own drama and look at it from somebody else's perspective. All NC subscribers in a spreadsheet. What? Oh, we are. Spreadsheet this. Up yours. Yeah. You're right, Helen. Total narcissist. You can tell that. You can tell that by the way when she's opened these lives and it's a gripe about something or somebody, or she's being targeted, or such and such a person won't leave her alone, or bullying or harassment or what have you. Just like, fuck right off. On a serious note, though, she gaslights her subs really badly. She's a control freak. Yes. I am not going to disagree with that. That was something else I kind of noticed. I just don't think she's a nice person. But unfortunately, it's the same as sorry a minute about the dog. Come here, baby. Come here. Come on. Come here for cuddles. Good boy. But it's the same with shitloads, isn't it? And you think, why are people putting up with this? And I just think, is it because you feel that if you walk away, you can't, join another, let's use the word community? Or are you looking for approval that badly that you stick around? And I witnessed, that, like I said, I don't know that other woman that you mentioned, Helen, and you said, she's a bit of a crank as well. But, having people in tears and not thinking that you've come across as a shitbag to people who are watching. If I made any of you cry, I would feel awful. I would feel absolutely awful. Members have to show the driving license to become a member. Oh my God, is this what I was writing as you were saying that? She's not dissimilar to AD. Helen and I, by some weird osmosis, have become one. That is quite scary, though. The only other person I do that with, Helen, is Porky. Sat in the bath last week with one of the baby dolls. Was it having a bath? Was she giving it a wash? And what are baby dolls? They're not those ugly things that look like a real baby, are they, Green Eyes? What are they called? Like the real life ones? What a nut job. Yeah, she is exactly the same bedtime. It is very weird, Helen. It's very weird. Reborn dolls. Is that what they are, Lady Witch? The one that look like real babies? I'm just checking if I'm thinking about the same things. Oh, I'm a total Martian, me. I need to get out more. No, a newborn baby doll. What? How old is she? For fuck's sake, get a life, woman. Fred was Green Eyes. What? 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 Even Cooper is saying, what the actual fuck? What the fuck was she doing in the bath with the doll and alive? It is ridiculous, Frida. Oh my goodness. I actually don't know what to say. I really do. Do you know, sometimes I think I'm crackers, and then I read shit like this and I go, you know what? I'm so normal, it's untrue. Oh, Green Eyes. That's somebody needs some serious therapy. I know, Helen. I am kind of lost for words. I mean, was it full, jubbly full out and everything, Green Eyes? I had to ask that. You know, was she just pretending, or, you know, was the Babylon out and newborn baby doll attached to it? Therapy and medication. You're not wrong there, Kathy. Oh my goodness, that's the weirdest shit. There was something else that somebody had said a while ago as well about another creator doing something similar. I don't know if it was with a baby doll though. It was something that was just so batshit crazy. And I remember we were saying whoever this was needed therapy. I think that was in one of Bam's lives. Excuse me a minute while I whack my tit out for a doll. Don't mind me. She had its head stuffed under her t-shirt. Oh, God. I actually don't know whether to laugh or carry on doing what I'm doing here. See, at the end of the day, if I had that much hassle, SWAT team's death threats, I would leave YouTube like a shot. Why is she staying? Money talks, perhaps. You've hit the nail on the head there, Frida. You have hit the nail on the head, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? If I was getting that, like you've just said then, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't be coming on doing my lives. I might leave my account up and visit other people's lives if, I had friends on here, but I wouldn't be doing lives to that extent. You're just making yourself an even bigger target if that's what you actually are. Kathy, yeah, just spit my tea all over my computer. I know. Indeed, Helen, what the actual fuck? Crazy. Absolutely a batshit crazy. Well, I'm glad I didn't. I think I'd have actually gipped. If I'd have seen that, I'd have started gipping, Green Eyes. The thing is, was nobody commenting about the level of batshit crazy? Because I'm, come on, let's face it. Say there's me and, I don't know. All right, for example, me and Green Eyes, and we'll both appear on camera, and one of us sticks a doll under our t-shirt. Is none of you in chat gonna say, what the fuck are you doing? Or, okay, it's time I'm gonna leave this channel. I just can't imagine people watching that and not commenting on the level of fuckwittage that they're actually watching. Hang on a sec. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop. Oh, the dog's barking at me demon again. He's up barking at the ceiling, as he usually does. Helen, nut jobs everywhere. Did no one call the FBI about abuse to dolls? No, it must be normal for us. Are you on drugs? That's it, Kathy. You would do, wouldn't you? Me or Green Eyes were here and flopped one out and stuck a doll to it. You'd be straight away, what glue are you two sniffing this evening? Goodbye. See you in the fog. Ta-ra, nice knowing you. Please don't be in touch, ever. Yeah, total, yeah. It's kind of, what do you put? I would absolutely say, what the fuck are you doing, you pair of absolute wrongins? I know. Just bought a new doll. It was $500. Oh, these witches have more money than sense. 500 quid on a doll. I wouldn't pay 500 quid on a doll for a child if it was the one thing they wanted over everything and said, you don't have to buy me anything for the next 10 years. I still wouldn't pay $500 for a damn doll. I hope one of the kids gets a blowtorch and melts it. Can you imagine the meltdown? Literally. Not just of the doll. In fact, what would be even funny if one of those dolls went all Annabelle? It was like a possessed doll. There's defo some serious issues there. 500 quid on a doll to whack your tit on its face. And that is it's going on the screen. Sorry, Kathy. Well, it's like clowns, isn't it? Those porcelain, like the Pierrot dolls, Frida, they freak me out. I mean, I know there's some people's things, but I wouldn't have them in my house. This was Chucky's son she bought. What? What? He thinks you're nuts because you're laughing, Kathy. Hot cocoa coming out of your nose is painful if anyone's interested. Oh, don't burn yourself, Lady Witch. Oh, you just made me realise I haven't got any cocoa in and I could murder some tonight. I'm not far off, Green Eyes. I really am not. Oh, these maniac women. But, if it makes them happy, it's keeping them out of other people's hair, isn't it? God, I wonder if they can do a try before you buy. If they go in these shops to buy the dolls, do they get to attach one to the tit and just see if it's see which is the best fit? I'm still laughing at Helen's 500 quid on a doll to whack your tit on. Oh my goodness. Do you know, for the people who've been in here since the start, so I think there's only, well, I mean, Porky might still be kind of there listening but not joining in. Green Eyes and Frida and Kathy. Would you have believed when I started this live off with such a serious topic that we'd now be talking about sticking tits in dolls' faces? I'm just, thanks, there's no freaking... Oh, God, yeah, can you imagine that? Melted marshmallow up your snout. That would have been a bit tricky trying to explain down at the ER, wouldn't it? So how did you get a scalding hot melted marshmallow wedged up your nose? Well, it was like this. We were talking about these dolls that cost $500 that certain people stick to their tits under the t-shirts live on YouTube. I don't think that dog would hunt, would it? We did need this, actually, didn't we? We did need a good old giggle. I will make sure though that my next live is a light-hearted one because well, yeah, I'm not going to go back over it tonight, but yeah, less tricky than having to explain a doll stuck to your tits. Yeah. We're going to go back into the realms that we did the other week, aren't we? Where Simples was telling us about. Was it Simples in A&E, and she'd said that there was somebody come in with, was it a light bulb up his bum? I'm sure it was Simple's Meerkat had said that. If I walked around with a doll on my tit, my husband would have me in a straitjacket. He'd have probably packed his bags and left you, Green Eyes. Oh my God, those. Oh, do you remember Baby Alive? Were they the ones that shit? You fed him something, didn't you, Baby Alive dolls, I think? That's if I'm thinking of the right one. I only know because I saw one on, oh God, where I think it was on eBay. I was just doing like a bit of a scoot through, and somebody was selling this vintage, and I'm sure it was a Baby Alive doll. And they were saying that it was like an original vintage Baby Alive doll and from like the 1970s or something. And you fed it this mush stuff and it used shit its nappy. Yeah, I know, Helen, poor things. The last thing you want is a big greasy tit shoved in your face, isn't it? But then again, though, that might be a treat for some people. All of this because we were trying to tell without naming anybody, we were trying to give bedtime clown an idea as to who we don't like to watch on YouTube. I remember them, you give them food and they would crap. Yeah. No, wouldn't believe it. Dolls, no, I know. And under the t-shirt. Oh God. I mean, do you think it's a case of I'll play devil's advocate and try and be quite kind. Do you think it's just a case of somebody missing their lost youth and trying to kind of regain it with a make-believe baby? Perhaps. Even so, I think that still is a therapy case, but because I don't get it. My brain can't grasp it. Oh, sorry about this. The dog's just rolled his ball under the table. Give me 1 sec. Stop. You don't have to bark. Where's it gone? Oh. There you go. Get it. You get your ball. Good boy. It is bedtime's fault. It is. He couldn't get the really basic clues we were throwing out there for him. No, I think the fucking basket cases. Well, can I just ask then, if ever I reach that level of weirdness, twattage, and fuckwittery, I would hope as my friends, one of you will pull me up on it. Deal? And I'll do the same for you. I just don't think I'm still I'm still actually partially shocked. Nuts. Call an ambulance. Thank you, Kathy. Call an ambulance. Send Porky an email and say your girl has lost her fucking marbles. Run away now. I'm really hoping that more of his ghost hunting equipment arrives before we go away a week on Monday. Speaking of which, because I'm really wanting to do something, because obviously when we went out at the weekend and we went up to where the UFOs had been seen up at Todmorden, and went like round Rossendale, Rawtenstall, Todmorden. Where else did we go to? I can't think. But anyway, I tried to do a video for everybody, and it was so windy because the storm had hit here. Well, it was that windy, it broke my car, as you probably heard. So I tried to do a video to show you all where we'd gone. And so I'm hoping that I get a chance to do it when we go away for those. So we're going to be away. We go on the Monday and we'll be back for the Wednesday night. Yeah, absolute nutters, Frida. Absolute nutters. Save the dolls. Hashtag save the dolls. How about hashtag his tits are empty? So yeah, at the minute we were saying that I think, oh yeah, you were in before, weren't you, when I said to Porky, is there anything you don't know? And oh yeah, there is one thing you don't know. Probably the only thing. Where we're going. Big secret. And can't say it just in case he's still listening in the background while he's killing his zombies on his computer game. Sorry, I'm still stuck with the dolls, and I realised I missed an important part of this. Was she literally in the bath like naked? Oh, don't, Helen, don't. That was, what's her face did it as well. Oh, what's her name? Aunt Sally. She did that in the bath, didn't she? Why would you? Oh, there's no point me asking why, because we're normal. I can promise you, Frida, there will be no dolls on boobs. That I can guarantee you. Or teddy bears, or anything. Apart from clothes. Why would you do a live from your bath? I mean, right, okay. Jesus, Mary and Joseph and the wee baby donkey. Right. So obviously, like, you know, if I do a live, you just, oh, Cooper, come here. Stop. Stop it now. This dog's getting manic. So, right. So as you know, I don't show, I don't like show my live face, okay? So maybe if I had something so terribly important that it couldn't wait for half an hour till I was out of the bath, I might be lying in the water and doing what I'm doing now. So you might hear sploshing. If I was being a bit naughty, you might hear a bit of running water, but you wouldn't see anything. And that would have to be, it was something so important that it couldn't wait, like life or death, or I had breaking news that nobody else had and I wanted to get it out there. But not actually videoing myself in a bath while I'm doing a live. That's wrong on a lot of different levels. So that's 3 people I've heard of now live streaming from baths. Don't like it, you defo show your bath doll. Oh, don't like kiss, yeah. I can promise you, Helen, I own no dolls. It's on True Crime Queen channel. Oh, really nutter. I wouldn't want anyone to see me in the bath. Well, that's it as well, isn't it? Frida, your bath time, it's your relaxing time, isn't it? Well, I don't mind, one person seeing me in the bath, but not a load of, well, for the most part, it's a load of strangers, isn't it? Seeing you in the bath. Yeah, and I don't like the third one either. Yeah, definitely certifiable. This in the bath thing, just for well, yeah, you know what, Frida? That is, I'm going to highlight that. Now that I've remembered that I can highlight things, I'm going to highlight that one as well. Come here, stop yapping. No, Lady Witch, I'm the same. If I get in the bath, Cooper comes and sticks his head on the side and looks at me. He gives me those, why are you doing something that I'm not joining in with, Mum? And I'll have to say to him, go on, go and lie down. Go away. And then he lies down either on the bath mat or he'll go out and lie on the landing. It's like when you're getting a bit jiggy, isn't it? You don't want and he's done that a couple of times as well. He puts you right off because he's just staring at you. And you're like, right, okay, the moment has been lost. Oh, yeah, she's another manic lunatic, Helen. There's so many. If you were to compile a list, yeah, I think it would be a hell of a lot longer than you think, because at first glance you think there's a couple of lunatics. And then you start going through them and you're like, no, there are actually tons of lunatics. I tell you what was quite funny, though. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but his bath dogging it absolutely is, Helen. Yeah, but there's no reason for, as Frida's just said then, for filming from your bath for anything other than attention, or to, if you think that highly of yourself, to maybe give somebody a bit of a cheap thrill. Yeah. And as well, the other thing is as well, especially if you've got, a husband, boyfriend, whatever, it's disrespectful for that to them. I wouldn't dream of doing it. Well, one, I wouldn't dream of doing it anyway because I've got more self-respect than that. But then I've also got more respect for, for Porky. I wouldn't dream of doing that. Now, yeah, I know one of them, the one that Helen was on about, that nut job. I think, is she single? I think. Mardy asked all sweetness and light, and actually You're a malignant little fucker. But the other two aren't, are they? Look like a beach. Which one, Green Eyes? Because we're now on 3 of them. My husband would drown me in the camera. Yeah, well, that's it, Kathy, isn't it? Oh, sweetness and bollocks. Yep. Yeah. It's like the other one with the simpering voice. Knobhead. You know, don't come across as nicey and be so hateful, you know, and cause so much trouble. Oh, really, Green Eyes? I've never seen her, so I don't know what she looks like. But regardless, you know, I still think it's not very classy, is it? It's not showing any form of well, yeah, decorum. Are we on about the same one, Helen? The camel toe. You know, at least with everybody in here, what you see is what you get, isn't it? You know, we have a laugh. Yes, if somebody pees you off, you say it how it is. You don't try and kind of sugarcoat a turd, do you? What about when Jeanette kept saying, "Get the fuck out of here"? Where was having a meltdown. Oh, I don't know what's that one, Green Eyes. I don't know who Jeanette is, so you have again, like I said, I don't know half of these people. I keep getting I'm getting educated. Educated. See, I feel so out of it because you all know these in jokes, and I haven't got a clue. I mean, I know some of them. Obviously, I saw the whole camel toe thing, and then I saw a clip of the other one in the bath. There's so many people on here that clearly don't have real life jobs and friends and social life, and they tend to be the total fuckwits. I know, and I mean, sometimes, you know, I'll be honest with you, Helen. I try not to judge people. Um, I try, and the operative word is try, for being online for any length of time, because that's up to the individual, isn't it? But it's the lens that people go to. I'm spending more time online lately, and it's only because I'm sitting here of a night and I'm a bit bored. I don't want to be watching the telly. You lot make me laugh. I'm getting to do something that I enjoy mostly, which is mostly me history or talking about different topics. And it's good having a bit of a discussion. And it's because I don't live with Porky. So, he's doing his thing. We can't speak on the phone for hours and hours and hours and hours every night. We'd end up getting really fed up of each other. So this is how I am staving off me getting bored, because I am slightly hyperactive. I can't just sit still and do nothing unless I'm absolutely dead beat. So I can't criticize people for the length of time that they are on the internet. However, I can criticize them for the things that they're doing on there just in order to get payments and attention and fill a gap or a need that they've got. I just think it's crazy. Speaks of desperation to me. Okay, your partner, boyfriend, husband, etc. seen in you the bath. Okay, romantic. Yeah, that's right, Frida. Green eyes. One of her subs kept saying it on. She's one of her subs and kept saying it on panel, and I was losing a shit saying, "You can't say the F word," and she kept on doing it. So you can't swear there either. Okay. Helen says, don't get me wrong, I have no judgment on most things, but I find that certain people live their life through YouTube. Yeah, and I know, Green Eyes, you're the same as me, aren't you? You know, because your fella's away for, weeks at a time, and you're sitting there. I mean, I live in a village, so yeah, I do have other things to do, and I've got friends in real life, but of an evening, I'm sitting here with the dog, and it's nice catching up with all you lot and finding out what's going on or talking about stuff that we're interested in. Oh, I meant to ask. Sorry, I've just thought on then. Helen, are you all recovered from your COVID now? Because remember, you were waiting to go back to work, weren't you? Oh, and has anybody heard from Raven? Here's me again going off at a tangent. Because you were saying the other night, Green Eyes, that she's got long COVID. Just thought I'd ask when it came into my head. I do remember to ask about people, and then it just goes out of my head. I don't think I've communicated what I meant properly. I'm on here all the time. It's not what I meant. Oh no, no, I wasn't meaning you. It was just It was just a thought that came in my head, Helen. Oh, she's swamped with work as well. Oh, she's never going to get over this long COVID stuff if she keeps on working as well. But I suppose you've got to get the money in, haven't you? God, that last grafts. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Apart from the brain fog, totally didn't believe it was a thing, but now I know it is. Oh, so that comes. Sorry, Cooper, stop now. So is that one of the after effects? I am, Frida. I am enjoying it as well. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, and no disrespect to anybody else. I'd love to be, there where Porky's or him where I am, even if we were doing our own things, because it's not about living in somebody else's pockets. It's just that at the moment we live separately. So, and if that wasn't the case, probably I wouldn't be on as often, or maybe I would, because obviously he does his thing, that streaming thing every night. So, but yeah, it's just nice having things. And I'll be honest with you, it was his idea for me to start doing, give running lives a go. Because I don't think without him saying, yeah, and do it, that I would have. So you've got him to thank for me pecking your heads. Yeah, I literally keep forgetting words and not actually remembering what I'm doing and what I'm saying. Not great in magic. Oh gosh. Thing is though, I do that a lot as well anyway. I've always been the same though. I think it's because my brain works at 9 million miles an hour. I jump from topic to topic to topic. Plus I'm thinking about work. Plus I'm thinking about home life. Plus I'm thinking about things I want to do in the future. So I'm that busy thinking about all these different things that I forget stuff. It's like before when I was talking about the pan, my Le Creuset being stained. Within 2 seconds, I'd forgotten what I was actually talking about when you two, Green Eyes and Lady Witch, you were putting in solutions for me to try. And Kathy as well. about to try to clean them. I'd actually forgotten the question that or rather the topic that I was talking about. And you've probably noticed I do that quite a lot. So that's a bit like brain fog. Oh, yeah, it is Kathy, isn't it? Having your mates round for a natter. No, I think it was towards the beginning of last week, Frida, that I saw Raven last. She literally just popped in, said hiya, said hello to a few people, said she couldn't stop and went. But yeah, I really like Raven. I really like everybody, to be fair. As I said, I can't name somebody that I don't like or that I've not got any time for. Oh, you've self-diagnosed yourself with ADHD. Actually, do you know what, Helen? You've just rung a bell with me because it was the last. It was well before Christmas. It was the last time I was chatting to Bam on the phone, and I was saying about the fact that I can't sit still and I've got to be doing something all the time. And she was saying, maybe you've got ADHD, and I'm sure it was ADHD. And she said a lot of this it's only ever diagnosed by the time you get to an adult. You've gone through your childhood and your teenage years and everything without having a diagnosis. So maybe I've got that as well. What's it stand for again? It's attention deficit. Is it hyperactive disorder or whatever? You'll have to fill me in on what it actually stands for, though. I kind of know what ADHD is, but took a test online for adult ADHD. My score was ridiculous. Oh, I might have to do a test then. This is why I cook and I bake so much, though, and it's why Porky's freezer groans under the strain of baked goods. Although I have found as I'm getting older, I'm kind of turning into my nana because she fed everybody. She couldn't bear not cooking and baking, and there was always something on the go. There was always a stew on the hob, or something going in the oven, or there were cakes or biscuits or scones. And I think I do that just to, keep me going. Yeah, you're right. That's it. I'm a SENDCO, so I deal with ADHD and ASD a lot. It's different in children than adults, though. In what way helps? Sorry, I'm asking the questions. It's just I'm curious because I don't know enough about it. Um, like it can it be explained briefly what the difference is? Oh, Cooper, stop now. Stop now. Stop. I think this dog's got bloody ADHD. Come here. Adults have learned to make a lot, so it presents as less extreme. Oh, mask a lot. Okay. I don't know that I mask stuff. I think it's just that I can't. It's very rare that I'll just relax and do nothing. as I said, because my brain is always working at 9 million miles an hour, and I'm always thinking about things. I very rarely have an empty head. And I don't mean that in, I can be empty-headed quite a lot. And the only time I know when I'm completely relaxed is that I can nod off sitting up. If I'm sat upright, we might be watching the telly or something, and I'll fall asleep. And that's when I know my head is totally empty of, all these different thoughts. An adult can basically control themselves physically, but the brains are still doing the same thing. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh gosh, did my microphone pick that up then? My tummy's rumbling. Koopy, stop it now. I might have to look at doing myself one of these tests then, Helen. And then I can compare scores with you. I can say, right, your ridiculous score, Helen, did it match mine, seeing as how you're now my evil twin? Flipping heck, I was talking away to myself then. I didn't realise my thumb had hit the flipping mute button on my phone. What an idiot. So it's more constant, random and changing thoughts and procrastinating, doing a million different things, but not what they're meant to be doing, that type of thing. Being distracted. Yeah, that sounds exactly like me. I'll tell you the other thing that I do now. I'll put this down to being an Aries because we're renowned for it, being half job Harrys. So we start something and we don't finish it. So I started to paint my kitchen back in the summer. We're now in January and I have got about 5 foot high and 2 feet wide, one strip of paint on one wall in the kitchen. And then I've got 2 sides of a 4-sided window casement painted as well. And there it has stayed for the last 7 months or 6 months. Because it's a good thing that your brain is so active. I'm the same talking to people, jumping from one subject to another, can't help it. Frida, I drive Porky up the wall. I know I do. And bless him, he doesn't have, he does laugh at me. He laughs. Oh, it's a classic sign of ADHD. Okay. I'll accept that diagnosis, Dr. Helen. Another thing, which is something I've just done, is I wander around and I put things down and I can't find them. I have just wandered around with my vape and I've put it somewhere and now I can't find it. Oh my God, you're going to hear me going into a total meltdown. So that's another thing that I do a lot of. Well, it's either I've either put it down or my ghost has just moved it. My goodness, what the hell's happened to my vape? Oh, guys, you're going to hear me having a complete and utter meltdown in a second if I can't find this damn thing. Is that an ADH thing as well? Do that every single day with my vape, keys, phone. I drive my family crazy. I'm always doing it. Yeah, thank you. ADHD. Found it. Oh, thank God for that. I have to do what Frida suggested in buying another 2 vapes. Check where you may see. I actually need another brew. I tell you what, it's gone really cold here now. And it's lashing it down. I genuinely can't believe, though, Frida, that you're saying you've missed both of those storms in Northern Ireland. I don't know if you got any of it, Helen, at the weekend. See, again, I've jumped off to another topic now. It's just because I'm standing in the kitchen looking at the rain hitting the window. I think that's what was setting the dog off, because it makes a lot of noise when it hits the window and he doesn't like it. Yeah, because as I said, it was really bad because Scotland, they got hammered by Malik, and then Storm Corrie hit. And I thought Ireland was going to get a bit of a thrashing, because I think we're also due for a plummet in the temperatures, which is making me quite glad that this guy is apparently going to come tomorrow and sort out the heating. And get this. So he phoned me up it was just before I came live. I think it was about 20 to 7, because I'm kicking off all over the place going, this should have been sorted last Monday. It's worked. It went off last night just in time for the terribly cold weather to come in. Oh, sorry, Helen. We had rain, but no storm. It's bloody freezing here, though. Yeah, same here. Right, I'm going to have to go to sleep. I'm up early. I'm going to be shattered in the morning. Lovely chat with lovely people. Oh, bless you, Helen. Love you lots like jelly tots. Thank you for coming in. I'm probably not going to be far behind you, because I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's coming on for 1 a.m. here. So lovely to see you, and we'll see you tomorrow in Nuff Nuffs, yeah? You take care and have a great day. And yeah, Friday night it's going to be all right. Take care, lovely. Yes, so this so obviously there's been two different engineers have been to sort the boiler out. Apparently it's had a new pump put in it. It had a new sensor put in it. And now the new sensor went in it, I think it was the first or the second week in December. And that sorted it for a couple of days, then it broke again. The system got completely drained on Monday. Oh, you're there again. Helen is my evil twin. Doo-dah-doo. Well, Helen, my twin died at birth, so maybe you're a reincarnation of my twin. We might look alike. I'll try not to lose it, Frida. You take care, Helen. Going to have to shoot off myself. I need to go to the chemist to get some drugs. Oh, okay, Green Eyes. Okie dokie, lovely. Well, you take care. We'll see you tomorrow in Nuff Nuff's chat. Hopefully. I don't know what time. Did anybody notice what time it's on? That was the one thing I didn't check. I can always go back and have a look. I'm just wondering, because if I don't get a notification and I don't want to miss it. Just a bit breezy. Yeah, it's oh, there's a bit of a lag there for you, Frida. I keep rattling off, don't I? So yeah, so as I'm saying about this engineer, so I've had two separate engineers come out. New pump, new sensor. Last Monday, the whole system got drained, just in case there was shite in the radiators. So that all got drained, and my cooker got fixed as well last Monday. The heating worked fine until yesterday. So I am now losing my shizzle because it's a new pump, a new sensor, drain the system. Bastard thing is now not working again. The pressure's going up to 4 bar and the radiators are turning off, and I am cold. This is a new engineer, different engineer. He rang up. Oh, all right, Green Eyes. See you. Oh, 9 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for that. No, you're very welcome. Listen, the great lives only occur because you guys are in here. That's all it is. So thank you, sweetheart, and I will see you tomorrow. I hope you feel okay. And this guy, he rang me up and he said, right, tell me what's going on. So I started to tell him, and I said, well, this has been done, that's been done, everything was working, yada, yada, yada. And now the pressure is going up to 4. The internal pressure valve did kick off before. It knocked, as the sensor hit 4 bar, the pressure went out of it. It went right back down to 1.5, which is where it should have been at. But yet the radiators still aren't working. And straight away he went, oh yeah, I know what that is. Da, 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 da. This and this both need changing at the same time. Right, I'll come tomorrow and sort it out. He's not even seen the damn thing, and he said straight away what it was. The last guy who came out was a miserable get. He was the one who put the new sensor in. It wasn't the sensor at all. He was just too flaming lazy because he didn't want to have to try and drain the system out or look at the boiler properly. So, death to him. I hope he gets piles. So, well, I think I probably should get myself away to bed shortly because it's nearly 1 o'clock. And I am going to be dragging my arse in the morning. I've got to put ponies out and walk a dog and get everything moved for this engineer turning up at some point tomorrow, which I'll do in the morning because I can't really be bothered. And I can't think what else I was going to do. Oh, no, I know what I was going to do. Right, before I go, Frida, you might, because 11 degrees. Oh, it's not been that warm here, Frida. I'd say it's probably been about 6 or 7. Yeah, well, maybe a little warmer. It's definitely not been 11 degrees though. But all the weather reports are saying that as it gets to the weekend, then again though, it's the Daily Express and they do chat guff, don't they, most of the time. Now, Frida, because you like your cookery and you like your food and what have you, I asked this the other day. If you were having a picnic, what food would you put in the hamper? I always like to know what people class as picnic food. See, personally, I would have things like, well, I'd have butties, obviously. You've got to have butties. And probably little like mini pies and quiches and things like that. And things like dips and fancy breadsticks or the cheesy breadsticks. and cheese and crackers and wine. And then obviously a selection of cakes and crisp, things like that. So if you were going to have a little picnic, what is there anything that you would have put in that I haven't? Oh, and probably as well, I'd have like some, you know, fancy meats like prosciutto and yeah, things like that. You know, the Serrano ham and stuff. No, they can't get the stuff. Finger sandwiches. Yeah. Well, I was thinking, yeah, finger sandwiches. It was a bit when we were driving round and I asked Porky what he would have on a picnic. And do you know what he did say? And it made me laugh. I don't know if you did this in America. Frida will know what I'm talking about, and Kathy will definitely know what I'm talking about. He was saying, do you remember when you were kids and if you had a birthday party or something and your mum had used either, well, it was usually like half a cabbage, wasn't it? A cabbage cut in half, covered in tin foil, and then you'd have cocktail sticks with like pineapple and cheese, or cheese and a pickle onion, or the little mini cocktail sausages, and you'd have them stuck all over this tinfoil covered half a cabbage so it looked like a porcupine. And he said he'd have one of those. It's not something that I would have ever thought to put in a picnic, though. Because I don't like things like olives and oh, I'd probably include some of those, you know, the peppers, those chilies that they stuff with cheese, things like that. That's the type of thing I would put in picnics, you know, stuff that you don't need knives and forks for. I know it's a really random question. And I'll have to give it quite a while because I did notice Frida's on a really big lag, isn't she? I do like that photograph of Frida that she's got as her avatar. It's really nice. And it does remind me of somebody, and I cannot think who it is. Sorry, I'm like right up at my telly screen trying to squint at it because it's. I'll tell you who. Well, I don't think this is who you initially reminded me of. However, you do just from a little distance with your hair and the shape of your face, you remind me a little of my Aunt Maureen, and she's got the same kind of just really friendly, welcoming smile. Although her hair's not long anymore, she's had it cut. But yeah, when she was younger, yeah, you do remind me of her. And then I only thought later on how disrespectful. I never thought to change my photograph. And there I am with my tongue sticking out, you know, giving that, doing a live on a really serious topic earlier on. Oh, I think we might have lost Frida. Right, well, I think what I'll do is, yeah, we're on 1:05 in the morning now, so I think I'll probably, oh gosh, I've done 6 hours. Wow, go me. I'll probably call this to a close now. Oh, here we go. Pork pies, quiche, hummus, veg sticks for dipping, carrots, etc., cheese and crackers. Nice one, Frida. Yeah, I'll probably call. I'll close this one down now. And thank you very much for all being here. And I'm glad you're back on the circuit, Lady Witch. As I said, I was wondering where you were and if you were all right. So it was really nice to see you. And I'm glad that you're recovering. Are you going to be in Nuff Nuffs tomorrow? Oh, crusty bread. Yes. Crusty bread. Thanks, Frida. I forgot about that. Definitely crusty bread. Yeah, you too, Lady Witch, and look after yourself. Take it easy. And if you're around tomorrow night, because for Nuff Nuff's live, so they're going to be giving some updates on Salty apparently. So that'll be nice to hear. And going to try my best. Oh yeah. The thing is, though, she'll probably leave it up. So if you don't catch it live, you'll be able to catch it later on. I think Green Eye said it's 9 p.m. UK time. So I don't know, we're about 7 hours or something ahead of you, I think. Or 6. So I will I'll say good night now. So for the ones I know are here. So Lady Witch and Frida and Kathy. I don't know if Bedtime's still listening in the background or Voodoo. Me Porky may still be listening because he usually has me playing in the background while he's killing zombies, and maybe Mirrorman's with him, not sure. So good night, everybody. You all take care. Those of you where it's bad weather, stay warm, stay safe, and I shall catch you all, hopefully, on Nuff Nuff's Live tomorrow night. Victoria Principal. Oh, get you. Frida. I feel really bad, Lady Witch, because I'm going to close this down and poor Frida's going to still be sitting in chat because he's on such a delay. So I shall catch you all tomorrow, hopefully, on Nuff Nuffs, and then possibly over the weekend I am going to go back to my jovial, funny lives, and I'll get something lined up for the weekend. So night night, don't let the bed bugs bite, and in my usual way I will blow you all kisses, and I'll see you all on the bright side. Take care, everybody, and thank you.